It is Wednesday afternoon and welcome back to Live at the Range. The atmosphere here is simply electric. The players are fine-tuning their skills ahead of the tee times tomorrow. The first one, do not forget, is at 6:35 a.m. The question is, who will master these links lands?
Links golf, it's a challenge.
We look at some of the past champions. They've been artists in how they've been able to maneuver the golf ball and use the ground.
The slopes, the bounces.
The turf, the types of shots needed around the greens. Mother Nature just doesn't let you win.
It's absolutely special.
Oh my goodness, the atmosphere really is building and building ahead of tomorrow morning and very early tee times. Delighted to be joined by Incy Mehmet. And Incy, you've been out on the course, got a little bit of respite last night and managed to get some sleep in because I know you've been working incredibly hard. Do you feel fresh today?
I feel pretty good, to be honest.
Good.
I think I've got my 8.5 hours sleep, which I needed.
Heaven.
I was out on the golf course, I was on 8, so the front nine pretty much goes out and then the back nine comes back in. I couldn't have been further away from here right now. I gave myself about half an hour, and of course you need to weave yourself in and out of people, and I got here in about 28 minutes with 2 minutes to spare. So
you have done so well. It is, do you know, on a Wednesday, the amount of people coming through the gates is extraordinary. Yesterday it was really, actually, it was pretty easy to get around the golf course. It was still quite busy, but today you really feel it, don't you? It took me a while to get back here.
I think if you're a spectator, you just have to try and, if you can, I know everyone's got work to do, if you can make it on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays, it's actually the best time to spectate golf because the players are much more relaxed. They're hitting more shots onto the greens, hitting more putts from different spots. You'll probably see the little discs if you go out on the golf course on a practice round day. They call ghost holes. So it's players trying to envision where the holes could be for the tournament week. And so it's just a great way to actually have a front row seat, and you can also probably see more golf early in the week.
I've just walked past the 17th and the Rory McIlroy group. I mean, it was buzzing. He was throwing balls down into the bunkers on the right-hand side. 17 is such a brutal hole. We touched on it. We've been touching on it the last few days. But my goodness, that closing stretch. But if you get in one of those bunkers, 101 bunkers in total on the golf course here at Royal Troon. They've added 3.
Someone told you that, right? You didn't count 1, 2, 3, 4,
no,
101.
I've actually, see, I've counted them. No, that would have been really thorough. But to get out of them, it's a penalty stroke, isn't it? In a lot of them.
Yeah, I was speaking to Siwoo Kim's caddy out there. He's called Manny, and he was saying it's really important to not be in the bunkers. Everyone's going to tell you that. But at the same time, you've got to be somewhat aggressive, especially I think during days like this when the players are playing in the practice rounds. This is the easiest that the golf course would play. It's still quite green. It's not very burnt out or brown. There's no wind out there whatsoever. It's quite warm, so the ball's going to be flying quite far. You know, if it was cold, wet, windy, it would be a complete different golf course. Yeah. And I think I told you yesterday, you know, we played this golf course when we were amateurs at the Helen Home, and it's the weather that really creates the feel of what you're going to have for the rest of the day. It makes the golf course play so differently. So
because the wind is going to be different tomorrow, isn't it? That's what I'm hearing from the weather forecast.
I need to open my 10 different apps to find out.
A few of the guys this morning we were speaking to, so it'll be different, which is really difficult to practice for, isn't it? And great to speak to Rory McIlroy earlier on Live at the Range. He stopped by and he had a chat with us, and he was just his demeanour was very calm. You know, he thinks he can win this one. We all hope that happens. But he said to transfer your skills from playing in America to coming over here, the turf's completely different. Yeah. It takes a bit of time, but in his favour, obviously he's fantastic, but he is adaptable. He's super quick at being able to adapt.
Yeah, I think a lot of the golfers, it's their job to constantly calibrate their games and adapt to different turf, different textures of sand, different grains on the greens, different conditions. So, you know, the players are kind of used to it. But we all love links golf, especially a player like Rory McIlroy. I know he spent a lot of time in the States, but this is in his blood, you know?
Yeah, he wishes there were more events that he could play links golf at. OK, well, let's catch up with George. He caught up with Rory McIlroy as he finished his practice round today. Over to you, George.
Good afternoon, and by good afternoon, I mean really good afternoon. Look at this, the sun is absolutely humming here at Royal Troon Golf Club. Picture perfect conditions, fooling the players, tricking them into what's to come this week. Don't get comfortable, gentlemen, because there is weather coming, but enjoy it for what it is. Look at this on a Wednesday afternoon. It doesn't get much better than this. Rory McIlroy is on the 18th green. Can he win another major championship? It's been a long time between drinks, but if anyone can do it, he's left it in the clown's mouth. He's been striking the ball beautifully out here this afternoon. It's been great to watch, to see up close and personal. The way he hits the golf ball is unlike anyone else. There he is with Ryan Fox, New Zealand's #1 golfer, Minwoo Lee of Australia, and Tom McGibbon, his fellow Irishman. This is the last the fans will see of him on the course before his tee time tomorrow. Look at the atmosphere here. Imagine this come Sunday afternoon. On Wednesday afternoon, it's pretty electric. Here he is. I had no intentions of talking to you, Ryan, but we might as well have one quick yarn. Mate, how special is this? How nice is it to play with these sorts of golfers in such of an amazing crowd?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, can't wish for a better day in Scotland than this. And yeah, when Min was booking a tee time on Monday, I said, "Oh, can I join you?" He's like, "Yeah, we're playing with Rory." I'm like, "Okay, that's perfect." So it was the Southern Hemisphere versus the Northern Hemisphere today, and somehow Min and I managed to dovetail it quite nicely and get the win, which it's probably surprising looking at where he hit a couple of tee shots, but yeah, it's nice. We know each other really well, the whole group, and had a bit of fun.
And these practice rounds are quite slow, aren't they? So playing in a 4-ball is almost the better option, because you might as well be the slowest out there yourselves. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, you knew the back nine today was going to be chock-a-block. Yeah, it's definitely the tougher, the trickier, more to figure out on this nine than the front. And yeah, nice to play in a 4-ball and kind of just keep up with the pace of the field easy enough. Don't have to wait on every tee. And it's, as I said, the weather's great. It's kind of a pleasure to be out here today.
You've had an amazing run of making the cut at so many majors in a row now. How does it feel to, I guess, show consistency on the biggest stage? And what would it mean to even go a little bit further on this week? Yeah,
look, I'd certainly like to turn that made cut streak into something a little better on a weekend. It's been close a few times, but haven't managed to put 4 rounds together in a major yet, so hopefully this is the week. I've got a bit of work to do in the next 24 hours to find it. There's been, it's been a bit of a fight the last few weeks, and stranger things have happened in golf, I guess, and going to do some work this afternoon and try to figure it out. Nice, and we were talking before about how many New Zealanders in the field. We caught up with you guys briefly yesterday. How awesome is it to have 4 of you here? It's almost a first for some time. Yeah, look, we're trying to work it out if it was a first. We're trying to work out when it last happened. It was definitely a long, long time ago that we had 4 in a major, and to have all 4 of us play yesterday in a group was very cool. And again, we had a little bit of a match, and the old boys managed to hold out and get back to even right at the end against the young boys, and we had a lot of fun out there. And it was, I've been away from home for a long time this year, and it's nice to hear a couple of Kiwi accents and catch up with some good mates. Well, it sounds like you're in good form, so keep it up and good luck this week, mate. Cheers, mate. Always a pleasure. Ryan Fox, ladies and gentlemen, always thankful for the time of these players. He is standing next to Michael Bannon, Rory McIlroy's coach. Rory McIlroy tees off at 10:09 this morning, so a nice gentlemanly tee time. Loving all the bags here this week. Shrixon's got a little bit of Scottish tartan on it, and then you've got all the postage stamps. If we come here, lovely designs, all sorts of postage stamp stuff there. Rory's got a train track on his, really in theme with what's going on. But I'll tell you what, this doesn't feel like Scotland. It is piping hot down here on the 18th. Rory's getting some time with the fans, always giving back. That's something he's been so good at. Everywhere he goes, he gives the fans a lot of time. So, hey, Sean. Absolute circus. But straight after the lunch break, we've come to the sweet spot. Where's Minwoo? There he is. Away he goes. But the man of the moment, as per usual, Rory McIlroy. Came oh so close, dare I say it, at the US Open. But we've got to remember the form and the signs and the positive things that we did see throughout that week, albeit a few short putts. But hopefully he's ready to go, because we are certainly all ready to watch him. Once he's done here,
I can only imagine he's going to hoom past and go straight through out and maybe go back to the range. Just 9 holes is all they need on this afternoon, but wow, it's been a super special moment, super special morning following Tiger and now Rory, so all we have to do is wait. Rory McIlroy, 10:09 tomorrow morning. Get ready for it. We'll see you there.
Oh, thank you, George. Really looking forward to that. And he's just over there, bringing us the insight as usual. And we can now head to commentary for Live at the Range. I'd like to give a massive warm welcome to Andy Stevenson and over to Simon Holmes. Good afternoon, Simon.
Hey, thank you so much, Di. Andy, welcome.
Thank you. Lovely to be here. Thanks for having me.
It's an amazing place, isn't it? We're getting closer. You can sort of feel the clock is ticking down. We've had a great few days, but now it is Wednesday afternoon, and everyone now knows their tea time. Everyone now is looking to see what the weather's going to do. At around this place, Andy, the most important man, the weather forecaster.
Absolutely, and we've been blessed so far today, haven't we? I've been out on some of the early holes this morning, arrived in Scotland last night, came to the course early this morning, and have been out there. And as we've been saying, it's such a unique thing, isn't it, for so many people to be here on a practice day. It's a relaxed atmosphere. You can get nice and close to the players. We've just seen Rory signing all the flags and the balls and everything over there at the 18th green, and it's brilliant. I think you know, if you're going to come to the Open, I think actually it's a great idea to try and include one of the practice days in whatever kind of ticket combination you end up with, because you just have incredible access.
Yeah, it is. It's the place probably where you get to see the most shots, right? And the most variety of shots. Fascinating to see all the work the players are doing. The coaches are with the players, the manufacturers trying to get the golf bags to match up to what they think the weather conditions are going to be. That's a unique part of the Open. We've seen the manufacturers pouring in and out, chasing around, trying to get exactly the right kind of blends for the test that is Royal Troon. Going to be really fascinating to see what happens over the next, well, 4 and a bit days, but from Thursday morning onwards, it is going to be a countdown. It's a marathon, an Open. You're going to have the weather thrown at you. You know, it is one of those things, part of playing an outdoor sport. The draw, the luck of the draw. You know, we heard from Rory, he was on the wrong side of the draw the last time he was here. Henrik was on the right side of the draw. A bit of a coin toss.
Yeah, and I think one of the other features of these practice days, I was watching Louis Oosthuizen earlier on, and you see in the practice groups, players will take more than one ball, and when they get up to the green, they might have a few different putts with different balls from different angles, and it's experimentation. Oosthuizen on the first, I think, took a driver off the first, just to attempt that kind of, you know, drive on that first tee, see how close he could get it to the green. So that's the experimentation you can have on a day like today.
Yeah, it is fantastic. We are live on the range. We have all sorts of different technology to bring you closer to the action, and we also have the opportunity to play or hear from some of the stars. Michael Hendry, are you down there hearing us?
I am, guys. How are you?
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us, taking the time. It's taken you a little while. Can you tell us a little bit about the last year?
Yeah, it was a bit of a rough one for me. Qualified for the Open last year at Hoylake, and unfortunately, just a few weeks later, got diagnosed with leukemia. So I spent basically the next 4 months in and out of hospital, some big stays and amongst that time, and yeah, lots of chemotherapy. And thankfully, the RNA were very kind and extended my exemption into this year. So I'm back to compete.
I think that's well deserved. So we'd like to see a little bit of your shot making, and seriously heroic performance to be back there. Maybe a little 6-iron, just a little sort of idea of kind of how you move the ball around in the air, maybe some draws, some fades. Have you got a kind of a stock shot or some shots that you're thinking of that you're going to need? Like, just to take us through how you do that.
I just try and hit fades. In windy conditions like this, you really do need to be able to shape it and all that sort of stuff. So I'll just start with just a standard sort of stock fade for me, which is all I like to do is feel like I'm holding that face off. Make sure I turn in the backswing to do so.
Oh, nice. We've top tracer, so we can see that. So just so you know, 171 carry off a 122 ball speed, 27 feet of curve.
Yep.
Brought to you by Top Tracer and our partner in golf, Rolex. So, and now can we see the opposite? So let's suppose you've got a little left to right pin. You need to get it into a kind of a left pin. Could you get one to release the other way? Could you get it to turn to the left at the apex there?
Yep. Normally I can. It's never a favourite shot.
How do you do it? Take us through it.
Generally hit. Yeah, well, so I always work with an intermediate target when I'm out on the golf course, so picking something just in front of me. What I like to do when I'm drawing it is just set the face a little open to that, so I set a little right, and then just sort of kind of feel like my path goes further right than that to just hopefully create the right to left ball shape. One a little thin, so it won't turn over. Unfortunately, I'll give that one another go.
One more go of that. So nice big draw. It can be 50 feet just to give us a slinger.
That's a bit better.
There we go.
Keith, do you want to hold on to that?
Wow, that's way further. Okay, can you spot that little 152 marker down there?
I can, yes.
There it is. The right by where the ball picker has gone past. What club would you like to use? We're going to give you 3 shots to hit that. What do you fancy? 152.
Trying to sign, I'll probably just try and knock down a little 8-iron. It seems like not a lot of club, but just try and hit a little low one in there. It's probably about a wedge normally.
Let's see.
Only got left.
We'll just past the left.
Maybe just a hair long on the carry there, Michael.
Yeah, all right, we'll go back.
You want to change club?
Yeah, we'll go down to a wedge, see whether that helps.
Okay. Very accurate. Just a couple of feet to the left, we think. Actually, the flat carry was 150, so it was pretty much on it. Let's have a look.
That looks dead on. Needs to come round a bit. Michael, just while you maybe have another attempt, can I take you back to last summer and obviously ruled out of the Open in the most difficult circumstances. Were you able to face watching last year's Open on the television, or did you sort of try to blank it out?
No, I watched it. It was obviously pretty sad and frustrating for me to be sitting home and watching it, but motivating at the same time. I withdrew about 6 weeks before last year's event, and the RNA got back to me very quickly, so I knew that I was playing this year if I could get myself healthy. I knew I was playing this year, even watching last year's event. So it was sad and annoying not to be at Hoylake, but really motivating to know I had another chance if I could get myself healthy.
Yeah, well, you are most welcome to be here. RNA doing exactly the right thing, but your fight back respected by all of us, and we wish you an amazing week.
Thanks very much, guys. Appreciate that.
Here we go, one more. Let's take that thing out.
I got it right.
We'll let you go, Michael. We know you have a practice round to get to, and then first round bright and early tomorrow, a couple of minutes before 7 a.m. tomorrow for Michael Hendry. Thanks for speaking to us.
No worries, guys. Catch you later.
On the tee. She's staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Tell you what, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh my goodness.
There's no way I should be here. I should be dead or in prison. I mean, how else would you gauge this? And a guy comes off of a cotton farm, you know, to become one of golf greats? Are you kidding me?
He hit the flagstick, and the crowd erupts. He just stormed onto the scene.
He's a magician.
He's got it.
I never had any dreams about going on tour. I didn't know anything about it.
His story's amazing. His journey's amazing.
What a great shot.
We were poor. We needed money to buy food.
Beat Rufino, a 28-year-old throat broken.
Didn't belong. I knew I didn't belong. It was unbelievable.
And he put up with a lot.
That past is so painful to him.
I would like to forget it, to tell you the truth.
Our culture has a short memory. I think it's time for us to be reintroduced to the Torino.
I'm playing for my life out here, you know?
It is the American dream.
Why, oh, why?
He hustled the world.
Yeah, we are live at the range. It is an amazing scene. Young spectators catching their maybe first glimpse of golf. Former champions in there. Andy Stevenson.
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler here, the familiar figure. And I was watching him a little bit on the putting green about an hour ago, as a lot of these guys do, just over and over, relentless putting practice, doing all sorts of different little drills. You can see some of them going on here. Scheffler had a spirit level. There is Justin Rose with the blue trousers on, but Scheffler was doing an exercise where he was placing a golf ball just off the edge of the hole and trying to knock one past it, making the game even more difficult than it is. So this is just how, well, serious these guys take their practice on the putting green.
Now we are very lucky to be able to take you directly out onto the golf course. Live practice, a view we haven't really seen before. This is Brooks Koepka. Was working hard on his game before he went out. Pete Cowan, Claude Harmon, and Ricky there is caddy, and he is here for the big time. Really does show up, Andy, for the majors.
He certainly does, yeah, and he's a player that you know, even though he's moved to the Live Tour, plenty of people will still follow and support him at the majors. Tends to save his best play for the big occasions. Here's another man who does the same, Xander Schauffele.
Yeah, the 11th hole in very benign conditions. You can see that wall is out of bounds. And probably the start of a very punishing run of holes. Oh, here we go. This is the tee shot on 11. No, that is not the tee shot on 11. No. That is the tee shot. Is that the run out on 10, possibly?
It was a low skimmer, wasn't it, for Lowry?
It's a great shot, though, isn't it? Amazing. Shane Lowry out with Podrick Harrington. Just to figure out what hole. I'm sorry, this is the 12th tee shot. 12th tee shot heading back the other way. That last time you head back the other way. So the stinger. Similar, but lost to the right. And into the very, very juicy rough this week, Andy.
Yeah, this is a foursome. Lowry, Harrington, Campillo and Victor Hovland, I believe, playing in this group. And they started on the 10th. For this practice round as we watch Podrick Harrington. And he's lost that one right a little bit. And an action replay of Lowry's shot.
Yeah, so 2 in the rough from Harrington. You could see he's trying to keep the ball down there, play it as a kind of a stinger, and maybe just got a little bit ahead of that, didn't square the face up. So Victor Hovland, interesting game, you know, thinking probably that he's going to be a major champion. If he is, you know, he'd be a good round of links, I think. That kind of versatility, creativity.
Yeah, he gave it a good go at St Andrews, didn't he, a couple of years back, where he was right in the mix coming into the final round, into the final 9 holes of the final round. As we look down on the 18th tee, this is going to become a familiar view over the next
Ernie Els.
4 days.
Look at this. Boom. Just won his last event. And just trying to avoid that bunker maybe out of reach for him. Only by a couple of yards, so... Excuse me, the bunkers really are super penalising, but have a look at that. It is much more lush than it used to be. We've seen it burnt out in years, but it's been a wet winter. It's been raining since probably Hoylake last year.
Here's Colin Morikawa on the 11th, our Open champion at Sandwich in 2021. Brilliant iron player, isn't he?
Amazing iron player, just out there.
Went right through it, didn't it? Yeah,
Working on his game.
I think I stuck it down the ground. Just didn't spin. Yeah. 7-6. It never even got touched.
You can hear the chat there as the guys try to get to it. So this is a pretty common scene. Everyone just putting. So the ghost holes that you put around, then you've got Todd Hamilton just coming off the front of the green there in the shorts and the visor. He's a previous winner of the Open Championship at this golf course. That is Dustin Johnson talking to Ricky Roberts. And just trying to get your pictures. It must be quite a big adjustment coming from the US and their tour speeds to these greens, Andy.
Absolutely, yeah. And then you add in on top of that the layout of the links course, the weather conditions, the long grass. There are so many different challenges to get used to. And as you mentioned, Todd Hamilton, he's been given the honour of the first tee shot, I believe, tomorrow morning, which is a nice touch. Him and another previous Open champion here, Justin Leonard, are out in the first group tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that's done really well by the R&A and also the Masters, just how they honour their past champions. And I think that adds to the history, the prestige. I think that's a very, you know, a lot of tournaments perhaps could learn a little bit from that.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the getting up early and coming here for the first tee tomorrow, it's an exciting experience for a spectator. I remember when I spectated at the last Open at Portrush in 2019, and myself and a couple of chums did exactly that. We got up, made sure we were here for 6:15 or whatever it was. We watched Darren Clarke tee off first, and it's a really memorable experience.
So, spend a lot of time working on the range, working on his game. This is the Postage Stamp. Oh, you could sell that. You could sell that come Sunday. And it's absolutely packed, and it's only Wednesday. This is totally sold out. No more tickets available this week. So please join the ballot for Royal Portrush. That will be amazing. So players just doing, I'd say most of the work, Andy, lines off the tees just to figure out your clubs in the different winds, and then everything all around the greens.
Yeah, and here's John Rahm with 2 balls, as you can see there. Again, it's all about experimentation. And that will be a good shot. Were that the real hole?
See that, tall as he is. Tall as he is, he had to come back outwards to step out the trap to see where his shots landed.
Rahm looking to continue a run of Spanish sporting success over the last week or so.
I thought we'd agreed that we weren't talking about that.
Maybe once a day is allowed.
Anyway. Yeah, congratulations to Spain. Amazing at Wimbledon. And, well, clearly the better team in the soccer. So, JT. Max Homer. Oh, frozen rope. That is exactly what you want to do around here. Watch this gallop as it bounces. You can see 20, 30 yards of release there. Just makes the fairways, which have got a lot of movement there. Just to know where that is, possibly the tee shot on 7. Perhaps coming across the corner there. 7 is a lovely looking hole. Now, Harrington from the hay. Very skillful shot maker. It's an art being able to hit it out of the rough. The danger is that you get the hosel caught, the toe races over, and you find yourself deep left. Now Harrington launching it, staring at it. Oh, you can just see the movement on the ground, Andy. That's something unique. You know, America is kind of like wherever the ball hits is where it stops. Not the case here.
Yep, you've got to factor in all the humps and hollows. Here's Victor Hovland over the other side of the fairway. Similar challenge for Hovland. He's punched that one out. And actually the bank, I was going to say the bank might help him here, but it's run away.
And I mean, as lush as it is, what's the release distance there? Is that 45 yards, would you say? Pitch 15 short, and that's 50. I mean, that's deep. Oh, what a great pair of horses they are. Amazing, isn't it? You're riding a horse on a beautiful beach and you're checking your phone.
I hope they're watching on the range with us.
Oh, you could be right. Placing their bets. Now, look at that for a view. The west coast of Scotland. Golfing magic. Troon, Prestwick.
Shane Lowry from the short stuff, who will be defending his Open title at Portrush next year. Oh, that's a beauty from the Irishman.
Very interesting. Shane Lowry, could he add a second claret jug to the one he made? He victorious in his home country. It was an amazing weekend. Brooks Koepka nearly pushed him through there, but Lowry responded. It was just an amazing victory. That's the 8th hole. Lots of technology. It's a great view out there. Are you someone who walks around a bit or park yourself somewhere, Andy?
Yeah, I think a bit of both. I think it's important to try and walk the course, see everything you can, but definitely maybe try to park yourself and watch a few groups come through as well. Okay, cool.
So here it is. Forged by nature. That is the nature of the links courses. And this is Tony Finau. Just catching a little bit of filming from his caddy, just checking to see what he's doing on the golf course is the right thing. That looks like an amazing shot. The big power hitters coming over from the US. I mean, Americans have had an amazing run of success here.
Yeah, and until Henrik Stenson won last time in 2016, was it 6 Americans had won here at Troon at the Open? As you say, a brilliant run. And I think the comment about the big hitters, they just have to maybe reel that in a bit here. Here is Jordan Spieth playing the first of his practice round today.
Yeah, Spieth has been hours on the driving range, sitting next to David Howell and Anthony Wall. We're just marveling at how many wedges he hit. And that's what can happen. Look at that. Just lost that out to the right. Not far away from the place he was looking, but now into a deep bunker. So this could be second serve. Just trying to take the feel from the driving range out onto the golf course. Problem solved, but it is one time only. That is the nature of the game. You are always negotiating life's corners, and certainly in golf it is never a straight line. Look at that, absolutely magical piece of land. That's the first hole. A gentle start, but you need a gentle start because the end is ferocious. There are teeth in the end of the holes at Royal Troon. Look at that. How about that as an overhead view? Andy Stevenson in with me. It is magical, isn't it? At the beach, the fallow land that was the links land. Overhead shots. It is spectacular. The RNA knows how to throw a party, don't they?
Absolutely, and just even the way the grandstands are erected in exactly the right places where you'd want them. There are some grandstands even around the range as well. There are so many vantage points to watch the very best players in the world. It's
now look at the chap in the back. Look at that.
He's asleep.
He's fast asleep. Working from home, he is. Anyway, no,
it's a
we've
siesta.
Look at what's happening there. In the back row, having a little snooze. Bless. Anyway, overcome from all the excitement, and it is only Wednesday afternoon, and we are live on the range. Look at the infrastructure around the range, the clubhouse there, the open clubhouse. That is for the players. All of the fitness, the physio, all of the things that they need. That looks like Cam Smith at the end. What an amazing victory he had at St Andrews. If you're going to win the Open and you win it at St Andrews, it's the Brucey bonus, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yep. Seeing off Rory McIlroy and Hovland and other challenges that year. And there's Bob McIntyre as well in the stripy blue top on the left of your picture. Man of the moment. And my goodness, I mean, it would bring the house down if Bob McIntyre was able to be challenging for this Open Championship on Sunday.
Oh yeah, an incredible victory that he had in Canada with his dad on the bag. Charming guy. And to go on and take the thing that was the most precious to him. Simon Shanks there, that's his coach, in the blue shirt. Next to him in the blue hat, Liam, who is manufacturer support there, making sure they've got the right kind of clubs at the top of the bag. And more than anyone, the adjustment to links in Scotland will be a very, very easy adjustment for Bob McIntyre.
Yeah, those memorable images on Sunday, winning the Scottish Open with that birdie on the 18th. And he's not without a chance this week, he really isn't. And he has just such a likeable quality to him. He kind of cons you into thinking he's just an ordinary guy when he's an actual superstar golfer. But he just has this great sense of humour. His press conference was, I believe, delayed a little bit. He pushed it back a bit just to make the most of his celebrating quite rightly after the Scottish Open. And it's that kind of thing that I think people warm to. He's a human being, but a brilliant golfer as well.
Little baby fade for the left-hander off the deck, 170. Tons and tons of power created from the movement. In front of him, Cam Smith. Behind him, Scotty Scheffler. This tournament is packed with quality.
And just looking at the tee times for tomorrow, Simon McIntyre is out just after 9:30 in the morning for his first round, alongside John Rahm and Tommy Fleetwood. That will get a huge gallery following. I mean, there's brilliant groups wherever you look.
Is that where you'll go? Will you be watching that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that the group to watch?
Oh, well, I think so, considering then, I think after them, 11 minutes later, Bryson DeChambeau, Tom Kim go out. Then you have Hovland, Brian Harman, the defending champion, who we've not seen a great deal of yet today. Sahith Theegala as well. So, as they do, the organisers bunch some of the top groups together for broadcasting reasons, and it means that the galleries have a few groups that they can just follow.
Yeah, you can see the huge monitor behind Bob McIntyre there. That is where all of the top tracer data is collected and displayed. See the players looking over their shoulders to see what they did. The whole of the driving range is live this week. So Simon Shanks, Bob McIntyre just putting on some finishing touches, and could it be the magic week No reason to say why not, Andy.
No, not at all. Just while we're talking about groups, I mean, you and I and George Harper Jr. commentated on the Amateur Championship a few weeks ago. I think one of the great groups tomorrow is the winner of that Amateur Championship. Jakob Skov Olesen is out with Rasmus Højgaard, a fellow Dane, and also Henrik Stenson, the Swede. A brilliant Scandinavian group. Stenson, the winner of the Open the last time it was here. I think that's a great trio for Olesen to be part of.
Amazing. I mean, can you imagine, in a month, how his entire life has changed? But that's one of the things that's magical about winning, you know, one of the RNA's premium titles. You know, the British amateur champion plays the Open and traditionally also invited to play in the Masters. So McIntyre just doing a little sequencing drill there, just being able to sort of match up arm swing to chest turn. Typically in amateurs games, you know, hands outrace the hips, and in the pro game, the hips outrace the hands, but by too much. So you're just always trying to find the right levels.
I mean, there you can see his results at the Open. His first 2 Opens there stand out, both top 10 finishes. I mean, you wouldn't say lost his way at all, but tied 34 and then tied 71 in the last couple of Opens, making the cut on all 4 occasions.
Tons of speed. Rory McIlroy was here earlier, and his carry was 3.45. 3.45, Rory McIlroy. And he really just gave it to the field. He just wants his name up there to show none of you can touch me. Such a strong leg drive, isn't it? Power. Deceptive power. 179 ball speed. That's way above 6 miles an hour above PGA Tour average. So Bob in the top echelons from the power, and that's what you'd want to be. You'd think really his game can start to go places.
That's all his years of playing shinty, isn't it? Have you ever watched shinty, Simon? It's an absolutely bonkers sport.
Savage game. Well, Harrington was a curling.
A hurling, yeah.
Hurling player. I mean, that's Paul McGinley the same.
There's no way I should be here. I should be dead or in prison. I mean, how else would you gauge this? And a guy comes off of a cotton farm, you know, to become one of golf greats? Are you kidding me?
He hit the flagstick, and the crowd erupts.
He just stormed onto the scene.
And he has put it in again.
He's a magician.
He's got it.
I never had any dreams about going on tour. I didn't know anything about it.
His story's amazing. His journey's amazing.
What a great shot.
We were poor. We needed money to buy food.
Beat Rufino, a 28-year-old rubber broke.
Didn't belong. I knew I didn't belong. It was unbelievable.
And he put up with a lot. That past is so painful to him.
I would like to forget it, to tell you the truth.
Our culture has a short memory, and I think it's time for us to be reintroduced to the Camino.
I'm playing for my life out here, you know?
It is the American dream.
Why, oh, why?
He hustled the world.
Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
In 10 years, I see myself making partner at this
Firm has been sold. What? To who? Some multinational outfit.
Dubai, where it's 7 a.m. and the temperature is very warm.
Welcome, Viv. This is Ben. Anything you need to know, he's your
lawfully wedded husband in good times and in
total chaos. Viv, what time are we expecting twins?
Life is rarely a straight line. Wherever it takes you, HSBC can help.
We are live at the range, and our partners, HSBC, crucial, one of the steel strands of sport and indeed golf. We thank them always for their support. It's because of our sponsors that we're able to bring you magic like this. This is a practice round out on the golf course, Sanders Schaufley, not quite judging the wind. You can see just maybe a little bit more movement in the wind there. We're expecting that, Andy Stevenson.
Yeah, the PGA champion, of course, at Valhalla. I mean, his record at majors, all 4 majors, is absolutely outstanding. He was, of course, waiting for that crucial step up to win one, but, you know, he's had top 2 finishes at the Open and at the Masters as well. Stuart Sink there, who I believe, I don't know if he's still playing with, but he certainly was playing with Dominic Clemens, who was the runner-up at the Amateur Championship to Skov Olesen a couple of weeks ago. And Clemens, I think it's worth noting, a young Englishman, as I say, finished runner-up at the Amateur, but then actually went through final qualifying to make it here, and now playing with this man, Stuart Sink, 51 years old, 89 major appearances. Goodness me. To say he has all of the experience is an understatement, isn't it?
Yeah, I haven't really forgiven him for beating Tom Watson yet, but it doesn't really feel like that's going to be close. So, Spieth from the rough on the second. And that's one of the dangers. It came out, but it came out hot. And now Spieth probably have a go from the same yardage from the fairway. Players just making their final adjustments, just coming up to game time.
Close to the number.
You can see just trying out different things.
I think he's swinging pretty well. I think this looks a pretty good form from Jordan Spieth. I like that swing a lot. I thought that was really pretty sequenced. So Spieth kind of looking like, to me, he's found a bit more space and a bit more time in his swing. This is the second hole for the overhead. You can see what are you going to do? You're going to take on those 2 bunkers which appear, not the first one, that's not in play, but the 2 on the right. Do you play shorter there, or do you take them on and try to get down there as close as you can? You know, if you think about Rory McIlroy's shot, you know, 345, he might even be trying to take on the green, but you get off to a very friendly start, but the pain is at the end.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think players one or two may try to drive the first. I don't think you can attempt that or afford to attempt that at the second, as we move on up to the 18th, I think. And that looked like Tyrrell Hatton having a practice round with John Rahm. 2 men who've had success at majors. Hatton waiting for his first. John Rahm joining the Live Tour since the Open last year. Hatton joining him then a few months back. But we move up to the 13th fairway and Shane Lowry.
Links specialist, magic hands. Just working the face across there. Does he like it, or has he lost it too much right? Look at the reaction of the ball. The control of the height, of the flight, of the spin, of where to land it. Now, man of the moment on the postage stamp. Bryson almost doesn't have a club that goes 123 yards. He did a piece with us yesterday, Andy. I don't know if you saw it. It was on Sky in the open zone with Nick Doherty. It was absolutely fascinating. He was brilliant in explaining his processes, which I think all of us can really learn something from. You know, how there's so much technology out there, but how he used it with his coach Dana was really, really fascinating.
He was always known as the scientist, wasn't he? And he's gone through a bit of a charm offensive recently. As we move up to the 14th, and Justin Thomas, another short par 3. Short for these guys anyway.
So probably a 6-iron normally, maybe a 5 or a 4-iron against the wind. The massive pop bunkers up the right side of the green.
Oh, you're dumb.
That one looping away to the right.
Apologies for any language that may have come across there. Justin not quite getting the shot that he wanted there. Okay, you can see very wide, high, steep left arm way higher than the shoulder plane. There it is, almost like a plane of like a London Eye, isn't it? It's like super steep, and he just doesn't manage to square that. Outraces it. Maybe just trying to maybe hit one into the wind, and you lean on it a little bit, Andy, and you just just get the sequence wrong. Too much grip first, face doesn't square. Now, Harrington.
Yes, the Irishman in the long grass again, this time on 13. Playing with Shane Lowry and Victor Hovland. And Jorge Campillo. That's a helpful little bounce for Harrington. And the smile from the Irishman. Knew he got a bit of fortune there as we move ahead to 14 again. And this looks like Justin Thomas taking a second ball.
Yeah, that bunker.
This time the line looks much better. And look at the roll on this one. Well, there we go. His first effort went miles wide. His second only about 2 or 3 foot away from the hole. How they would dearly love to be able to just take a second ball in competition play, but practice rounds, that's what this is all about.
Here we go. Got a jogger. Just coming back to the tee.
Seeing the Højgaard twins playing together in this practice round.
So we are able to bring you so many different elements on your left side live at the range. Scotty Scheffler working it out. We saw him this morning as you were with us. He's been out on the course. To me, not a happy camper with his swing, working very hard. On the right side, the live practice, someone absolutely thrashing it up the right side into the hay, and maybe never to be seen again.
We can get her in. Yeah.
So much innovation to bring you all of the pre-show before the gun goes tomorrow morning.
Look at the crowd, Simon. I know we keep saying it, but this is a practice round, and the galleries are huge. Some of these marquee practice groups, if you like.
And I'll tell you what, I mean, that was a great shot, wasn't it? 2 or 3 yards short of pin high. Have a look at this young, fit body. Not sure that's any good either. But all of these guys, oh, everyone's okay, I hope. So, now, I would like to know if that's a Højgaard. Let's have a look. If that was, that's 2 Højgaards, I should say. That is Matteo Manassero. Working with Søren Hansen. Søren Hansen, remember Søren Hansen? Fantastic Danish player, Ryder Cupper, absolute flusher. Lovely, lovely guy. Now turned coach, looking after some of the Danes, including Matteo Manassero. Respect to him, he has really been down in the dumps. And that's one of our taglines, you know, that's one of the things that we have in golf, negotiating life's corners. It is never a straight line, and that in golf can be very, very apparent. So he's 31 years old now. He was a really, really top player. He won at Wentworth in amazing form and then dropped down deep, and he's risen back up. So respect to that.
Makes me feel old that Manassero's 31 now. Remarkable.
Yeah, so we are live at the range, and one of our parts, one of the elements in these pictures, Jordan Spieth out in his practice round, signing fans, flags, mementos, the tour players, amazing. So that is the Spieth gang.
Look how fast he goes. Put that on camera, guys.
Plenty of them as well.
Yeah, that's right. Here we go. Run that out. Where's he going? Go stand in the middle of the fairway so we can see where it is. He's getting in his steps. So,
because if anything, it'd be helping right now.
Yeah.
See if we can hear.
If it can't go 265 with roll or it's in the water, then it can't be 300, 400. The question becomes like if you hold a 3 iron, but.
Look at this. I'm thinking Chariots of Fire here, Andy. You remember that? The running on the beach? That was a great movie, wasn't it?
That was across on the other coast, wasn't it? That was the East Coast.
Come on. So he is... Okay, so he's an aiming sign so that they can see. That says, okay, that's what it was. Go stand out where that bunker is so I can see where it is. So that's a part of the thing with the hidden, little bit sort of blind shots here. So Spieth, driving iron, maybe less than that. You know what? I like how Jordan Spieth is swinging at.
It's interesting how his great friend Justin Thomas is going, you know, is having struggles a couple of years after Spieth himself had a dip off in form. Spieth does feel as though he's very much on the way back to the top of the game.
There's no real place for it to land. Like it has to split such a small area because if it gets going left.
That's why I sent him running down there.
Yeah, forged by nature. Certainly is. It's Linksland. Look at how beautiful that is. No better place to play golf than on these coastlines in the UK. Spieth with, that is his driving iron. Let's see where that goes. There's a big ditch there. Well, that's not the shot. I don't know, that just brings the little ditch that goes across there into play. That's not going to be the shot. So Spieth just checking out what he wants to do, how he's going to get himself around the golf course. That is the purpose of the practice rounds. Cameron McCormack with the backpack on. He's the coach.
I'm just trying to...
2017 Open champion Jordan Spieth burst onto the scene. Incredible record at majors. As we take a closer look at the shot he's just taken on this third, we saw it bound beyond the second of these bunkers on the left-hand side there, and then you have this creek running across, which his ball just stopped.
Yeah, 281 that is, Andy. 281 off the tee. So you've got to... I suppose there is a play which takes that out, and you're going to be super aggressive. I mean, you're going to have to make some birdies on these first few holes here to be able to cover up any mistakes you make coming back in. So Cantlay. That is straight. Just leaking with the wind there. Only just made the fairway. So where are those guys? Is that possibly the par 5 fourth, 599, and there's the Elsa Craig. That's near Turnberry, just further down the coast.
Beautiful afternoon here at Troon with the sunshine shimmering off.
This feels like a miracle afternoon here at Royal Troon.
Remember these images tomorrow when it's absolutely bucketing down.
Yeah.
Which is going to pose a whole different set of challenges to these players as we come to the 12th tee, and Dustin Johnson.
That was Brooks Koepka. Have a look at this. Athlete playing golf up the left, baby fade. I think he's loving that. Spit it out. And it does. DJ hasn't been amazing this year in the majors. Hasn't really looked as though he's kind of got it on fire. But it doesn't sort of take much to inspire a talent like that, Andy.
Certainly doesn't. And here's another talent. Cam Smith, I think, starting his practice round here on the first tee with the beach and the water to the right. And Cam Smith has just found the fairway there on the left-hand side of that picture. The Open champion at St Andrews just a couple of years ago. Very popular player. And as we've said a couple of times, this is the kind of scene you see often on practice rounds. We've got players and caddies and golf balls all over, and the unmistakable figure of Ricky Fowler.
Yeah, I always thought Ricky Fowler's sort of great shot maker would be, you know, sort of he was going to win a major, the sort of an open style of play, which is very creative and visuals and sort of very non-linear, like loads of different ways to solve the problem. I always thought his sort of long game in particular would be inspired by that, but it hasn't really happened for him.
No, he was tied second at Royal Liverpool a decade ago, Ricky Fowler, but that's as close as he's come. Justin Thomas, if you remember, had that wild first effort off the tee and then a brilliant second.
Trying to figure out where you go on 17, and it is just a brute of a hole. It's playing now 250. 250. That's just 242 front.
I think honestly what happened was,
and the bunker that's short and left, which is sort of like, that feels like that's your line in.
Yeah.
Just short.
It wasn't
there's a little
like,
false
that's what
front
I mean.
there.
To me in my head, it wasn't
Let's
that
see
far
what
left
we hear here.
of the sign. Like it was like right on it. Yeah.
Morikawa, another one who just sort of exploded onto our scenes, Andy, that remarkable USPGA at Harding Park.
Yeah, and then the year later at Royal St George's at the Open.
You know, we always used to say you took your time, you came out of college, you turned pro, you'd learn the trade, you get out there, and in about 10 years you might have a chance of winning a major. Not anymore.
No, I mean, look at somebody like Ludwig Aubert. You know, he comes in here an absolute live contender for the Open on his debut at this championship, which is sort of barely believable, really, isn't it? But already a Ryder Cup player, Aubert. And Morikawa, as you say, the same, burst onto the scene. And I think one of the great features of the Open Championship, there are so many players across the 158 players we've got here this week. There are so many of those 158 you could make a serious case for. Morikawa definitely one of those. Having to come down to irons off the tee sort of suits him, and his approach play from this kind of distance is usually A1. He's misjudged that one though.
Didn't quite get that right, so let's see where he is there. Is that the 13th? Yeah, it's just a mound short there, so probably just here. I think he went with a shorter club and tried to hit it as hard as he can. Now have a look at Spieth from the hay, and you can be lucky or unlucky a little bit. That's links golf. Well controlled. Always looks dangerous to me around a links course. I always think of Birkdale. I don't know why.
He respects links golf, doesn't he? He respects coming over here and learning about the specifics of this kind of test, and I think that's why certainly the British crowds respect him back for that attitude. And he's got his little junior helper there as well, as we join Brooks Koepka in trouble on the 12th hole. We saw Victor Hovland in this very position a short time ago, but if there's any player out there with the brute strength to get the ball out of this long grass, it's Koepka.
Yeah, arms like legs. Koepka, great shot, isn't it? But there's no way to control the release. You punch one, you pay the penalties. It doesn't really stop until it hits something on a links golf course. So Koepka, magnificent at the big events. Gritty player, tough. Okay. Lovely swing. Perhaps looking for a little bit more fade there, maybe just the wind, the right to left wind fooling him a little bit. Okay, Todd Hamilton. What amazing scenes. Remember that little pitching club that he had? He came out with a Oh dear, that's no good. Oh dear, Todd. Anyway, so, but nevertheless, great to see him. But remember that little hybrid that he came out and pitched with, Andy? That was revolutionary. He was an innovator.
20 years ago, when he won the Open here at Troon. And he doesn't always take up his exemption to play in the Opens. He's obviously come here because of the deep connection to this course.
Yeah, I think his son is caddying for him and his family's coming over. And I think before he was living in Japan, so they didn't have any part of it. And it was fascinating here. He said he came here and qualified from playing well in Japan. He was absolutely, he couldn't hit his hat. He had no idea at all what was going on. And it just got better and better and better. And he beat Ernie Els in a playoff. Now, here we go. Left side, live at the range. Scotty Scheffler working hard. Right side from the bunker. Swing and a miss, no good. Now that is, I'm going to say that is Rasmus, who hurt his wrist last week in the rough in Genesis, and he's not happy. There's a little soreness in the tendons there. I can relate to that. I've had 7 hand operations, unbelievable. Someone who loves golf, I can hardly get my fingers around a golf club anymore, but nevertheless, hopefully find a solution to it.
I mean, being selfish, having the arm cast there helps us identify Rasmus from Nikolai, so keep that on all week.
Yeah,
if
that's
you can.
right. So Scheffler is absolutely grinding. He is not on form. He is trying to find something. He had a lot of balls, Harrington and Lowry.
Looking down the 18th here with the tee in the bottom of your screen, and the first hole up in the top left coming towards us. That's then 17 on the right, and we're looking across at the range and the Superstore and all of the spectator village over there. It's fantastically laid out.
Have you had a look through the merchandise tent?
Every year, it's a must.
Isn't it?
It's the first thing I do.
It's like it's honestly, I completely lost track of time in there. Absolutely amazing. You've got to have a go in there. Now, Min Woo Lee. I like his game. He's got a little bit of swag, I should say. Do you get that feel as well,
absolutely.
Andy?
I completely agree. 25 years old, the Australian now. Comes from the golfing family, of course, and his practice round earlier, he's already played his practice round. He was part of that group we saw earlier with George Harper Jr. speaking to Ryan Fox and Rory McIlroy. So he's done his practice round and now putting the hours in on the range ahead of his first round of the Open tomorrow. Spieth is in trouble, hitting out sideways away from the flag, as you can see.
Yeah, you've got to keep your mouth and eyes closed. Jordan likes to chat, so I'd imagine keeping his mouth closed is going to be more difficult for him. So, fascinating to see all of the different ways the players try to learn the course. They're looking at all the places really that you can't go. Where if I get into trouble off the tee, where's my miss? You know, it's a chess match, isn't it? Very much around these type of golf courses.
Yeah, and I think it's great to be able to see these practice days for people to watch at home, because I think this is the element of the game that people maybe don't pick up on all of the time. They think that these players just travel from tournament to tournament, Thursday to Thursday to Thursday, but it's all of this grind and experimentation and practice that goes on that really marks these top pros out, as we see Cam Smith hitting a putt to a ghost hole on the first green, and this is Max Homer, isn't it?
So, I mean, that is what is live at the range, is to show you the preparation. It's all about the preparation. What goes into the performance? What are the elements, the training, the working with the manufacturer, the looking at the golf course, the evaluation of the problem? How are you going to solve it? That is the Open Championship. That's why the challenge is here. That's why anybody who loves golf is watching this week.
And some of these players you can hear possibly over the commentary, the players are looking up because a plane is coming over, and they come over so low from Prestwick Airport that it really is something that makes you sort of look up and take note of what's going on. This is Lowry putting first on the 14th. Talking about the merchandise, by the way, Simon, there are people that barely speak to me all year, and then when they realise that Open Week is coming round, it's like a text message saying, "Can you get me a cap?
Can you get me? I got the. Can you get me the yellow umbrella?
Yeah. Can you get me a bottle
You
of
know
whiskey?
those yellow? Yeah. Get me one of those. Yeah.
Got a
Lowry.
shopping list to take.
Yeah, it is amazing, and you can always join us online as well. The online shop is absolutely amazing. Catch everything you need. So Harrington, just see. Difficult, I always felt, to read the greens on links courses. I don't know if it's the little bit that they're a bit less speed, what have you. So I should suggest, by Harrington being made to putt that in, that there's a little contest out there. Would it be Harrington and Lowry versus Hovland? Look at this. Catches the edge and gets spat out. But by the way, his reaction, I would say that Harrington was pretty much trying to make that, so must be some action out there.
Here's Hovland.
Hovland.
And those are the crucial putts, aren't they? The crucial length putts if you're going to win any tournament, but certainly a major.
Been kind of a wavy last half a year, I should say, for Hovland. Interesting to see what he's found. Here's the overhead on the second. Wind typically over your right shoulder for the right-handed player, so down and from the right. The question mark is going to be the two bunkers you see now up the right. Do you take those out by playing short, just an iron, or do you take them on with something a little longer? So you're going to have to be, I think, managing your aggression very much around this golf course, Andy.
Yeah, you've got to be calm, haven't you? You've got to be strategic. Cam Smith about to play that second hole. And he's lost that out to the left by the looks of it. It's not going to grab the edge of the fairway.
And that's the difficulty. Look at that. So that's 2 yards into the fairway. 2 yards, excuse me, into the rough. And nobody knows. That could be a good lie. You can see a ball there that was just at the top of the screen, sitting clear. Here's looked as though sunk down to the bottom. So putter off the fringe, something we'll see a lot, I would suggest.
These are so hard to judge, aren't they? I saw a lot of players on the first green deliberately just trying some of these putts from off the green. And again, it's a kind of shot that quite a few of these players just will not be used to. You know, automatically players, particularly when playing in the States, would tend to chip, but you have plenty of other options available to you on links golf, as we see Jordan Spieth signing pretty much everything down there.
Left-handed Jordan Spieth, interesting. So Minwoo Lee, flusher, especially with the long irons. Very explosive, isn't it? It almost looks as though needs tons and tons of speed, but just needs to be able to regulate that speed, Andy, to get to the next level.
Matt Fitzpatrick and his very familiar caddy Billy Foster on the left there in the blue. Great character, Billy.
Yeah, and his very long-time coach, Mike Walker, in the black hat. Very, very good coach, very calm. Like the sort of guy that if all things are going wrong, you just want Mike Walker to come in and calm all the ripples on your pond. I think he's very good at that.
And this is a great view of star player after star player on the range, bringing it to you live this afternoon in beautiful blue skies and fluffy white clouds at the moment.
Control. It's often out of your reach. Your opponent. A line call. Even the bounce of a ball. Every game is full of unexpected twists and turns. You have the lows, the injuries, being away from home, the pressure. And the incredible highs, the wins, exploring the world. Every day, a new opportunity. Life is rarely a straight line. We can help wherever it takes you.
Yeah, we're live at the range, but currently out on the golf course. Fascinating for us to be able to look at how the players prepare for the big dance. One of our strap lines, a world of opportunity. And right now, before it all starts, everyone is in it and everyone has high hopes. Everyone dreams of becoming champion golfer of the year. For Gary Woodland, he has won a major. That was at Pebble Beach. I suppose if you're going to win the US Open at Pebble Beach, and your venue's Pebble Beach, that is the place. So for Woodland, he has had major health issues. He's recovered. We wish him well. Koepka, a ferocious competitor, Andy.
Yeah, let's listen to this one. Gives it a swipe, but he's lost it way, way right. You can hear the shout of 4 quite rightly. Playing with Dustin Johnson, amongst others out there this afternoon, Koepka, so I think he'll have another go at that in a few moments.
Yeah, this is a live practice. Spieth is out there on the 4th hole now. Par 5, just waiting for the green to clear. He's tasted it once, Andy, hasn't he? He's been at Birkdale, was amazing. He felt like he was on top of the world then.
I'm intrigued by his helper out there. It's it can only be maybe the child of his caddy or one of his team, because Jordan's son is only 3 years old.
7, 8, 9, a couple times already. Hit 5 or 6 balls off the 17. Speaking of a different wind.
I'm always amazed at just how players seem to remember every single shot, even during practice. You know, he was rattling off there. I played this, X, Y, and Z on this hole, and I did this, and I did that, and here's Harrington.
Yeah. Todrig going for full beans there and into the hay. That will be no good. That will be no good. Driving, you'll have to really temper your game. You can be super aggressive, but you will fall foul of the fairway bunkers and possibly also the very juicy fescue rough. So, beautiful scene. This is the 5th, the par 3. It's just had the tee box extended and moved a little bit to the right, so the big bunker on the front there now almost becomes, which was a right bunker, now almost becomes a center bunker.
Oh.
Look out.
Cool.
Maybe off the shins there.
Second serve, Morikawa. 14th.
Oh, that's not.
Losing it right. Quite badly there. Look what he's left himself. This is the practice. But these little images of the mistake shots are important. They are there. They're visuals of in your mind, which at the wrong moment can suddenly appear, Andy.
Yeah, better to get them out of the way today. Hovland, so many players we've seen allowing the ball to drift away to the right. And I tell you what, I mean, if the wind picks up tomorrow, I think the weather forecast is not great. We could see some interesting recovery shots going on, and
Andy,
potentially some high scores.
The guys are in short sleeves today. This is the Open. So Spieth launching it into the air and deep into the left hay, I suppose that's what you could call that, politely. Look at that, Troon, the Ferris wheel, the wind turbines.
I bet you can get a good ice cream down there. I can't actually see an ice cream van at the moment, but there's bound to be one. I don't fancy the Ferris wheel, though, I have to say. But
not a heights man.
It's the rotation is... I'd be okay if it was stationary at the top, but it's the rotation that gets me.
The key thing is you've got to come down, though, from the top.
Indeed, indeed.
Yeah, right. Now, that could be the 11th. No, okay, apologies. That is the 10th, the blind tee shot. Just got to kind of skirt it what feels like too far left, but that is actually where the run out is. You can play a very, very conservative shot. You could play an iron to the right side and leave yourself a shot, but it's a tricky old green, really. Raised, a couple of pins on the back, left in some flat spots to tempt you. McIntyre, hot as you like, coming off an amazing victory in Canada and then topping it with what is really his second major, the Genesis Scottish Open, only 3 days ago.
Up and over the hill, you can see it's a blind fairway, isn't it?
Good shot, yeah.
Dead straight.
Very good shot, but will that run out? Yes, I mean, that's a really good shot, but only 2-3 feet away from being in the hay. Smile on his face. Why not? Look at the countryside, Andy. There's no place more beautiful than Scotland on a lovely day.
Absolutely. Look at all the different shades of green down there as well. It really is a beautiful day. Where else would you rather be at the moment than watching the Open's final practice day? This must be the second tee shot off the 15th for Hovland.
He is looking for the fade. Look at it gallop. Does that run 100 yards? And 100 yards. Oh, you're very lucky. You don't want to be 100 yards into there. It goes to show the difficulty. I think that's part of the rub of the green, which is just if it bounces and releases to the left or to the right.
Cam Smith, just off the back of the second, playing to, see that white disc there, the ghost hole as they call it, so not playing to the pin, but just playing to that practice hole, if you like.
Cam Smith. Keeping it on the deck.
I think he's playing this practice round by himself, actually, so he's got plenty of time. He's not chosen to go out with other players. He's playing solo. Oh, look at this. Oh, dear. It's hurting my knee just watching this, Xander Schauffele.
That's what you get, though, you know, those amazing fall-offs, and if you run into the edge... Now, don't injure yourself, Xander. Hand speed. Oh, what a shot.
Brilliant.
The athleticism. You know, that's what you do. That's what you learn when you're just throwing balls down as a kid. How do we get out of this? How do you get out of that? That's why junior golf is so, so important. You've got to start early. All clubs around the world, get your juniors out there, support them. They are the future. Live at the range, bird's eye view of the driving range, closing down now. It is Wednesday, 3:25, final prep. A lot of guys out on the golf course, Andy, getting in that final bit of knowledge, trying to learn the idiosyncrasies of Royal Troon.
Yeah, I was just looking at the practice tee times. I think the last practice round's really around the sort of 4 o'clock mark, which matches the first round tee times tomorrow. I think the final group go out around 4:30 tomorrow, due to finish, you would think, about 8:30 at night. It's still very light. I think I was travelling through here last night around 9 p.m. and there was still plenty of light about as Dustin Johnson loses one out to the right and into the crowds there. I think the ball went between that lady's legs without her realising. But yeah, I mean, there's plenty of time, isn't there? Yeah. Plenty of time to watch golf today, well into the night.
Yeah, second serve, DJ walking after it, trying to get the right feeling. That's one of the funny things, you know, you do almost all of your work on what is an absolutely dead flat driving range. You step out onto the golf course, there's not one flat stance out there. All of those adjustments. Oh, this looks amazing here. Let's see if he can get it back to the fairway. Strong arms, Victor Hovland, and he's going to need them. So into the Hetty on the other side, and we will see a lot of that. As the club face comes in, there's just too much resistance from the grass and you can't stop it. The hosel shutting down and the toe flipping past. So not even the power of Hovland. Look at that. Every sinew in his body, in his very strong body. He's built like a skier, isn't he? Couldn't stop that. The power of the rough. And then Lowry, you can see the ball from there. That's part of the links experience, where, you know, it is forged by nature, and nature gives its lessons in uneven doses. That's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, the slightly better lie for Lowry, paying dividends there. So in competition play, Lowry would have a lengthy putt there for a birdie, whilst Hovland has still got plenty of work to do back down the fairway.
Spieth just getting used to the fescue grasses around the green. Tony Finau grinding it out, closing bits of fine-tuning, just trying to find maybe a tiny upgrade, or just learn, like really learn a pattern of movement. Go through his numbers one more time. Quite a big adjustment, Andy, coming from the grasses of the US to links grass.
Talking of links grass, Hovland from one side of the fairway to the other, zigzagging his way up the 15th. And he's left that a bit shy as well. Onto the green though, just about. So Hovland all over the 15th.
They're amazing images though, aren't they? There he is, 26 years old. Feels like we've known him for 20 years. Oslo in Norway. Suzanne Pedersen, Ryder Cup Solheim Cup captain. Miss Solheim, I should say, also from Oslo. What a player she was. Victor following in her footsteps. 7th in the official world rankings. Amazing.
So Harrington, two-time Open champion. Great success on the seniors tour as well.
Just the fitness that he's got now. I mean, I just think that there is a guy who's just embraced every single phase of the game. He's always gone with the flow. He's not fought it. Such a smart golfer, such a smart bloke, lovely bloke. Spin, yeah, Harrington shot maker, wizard.
And he also is a player who I greatly admire, because he'll be coming here thinking, well, why can't I win this week? Why can't I be in the top 10? He's not coming here in any way to make up the numbers or just be a former champion and just picking up his exemption and coming here for a nice week. He's coming here to contend, as is this man, Tommy Fleetwood, several years Harrington's junior. But it is impressive about Harrington, isn't it, that in his mind, he will be coming here thinking, I can still win this.
Oh, 100%. I think most of the guys in here are thinking, you know what, this is my chance. It might only be 2%, but 2% is a chance, and I'm going to give it a go. So probably Tom Watson's victory, Tom Watson's playoff loss, was such an eye-opener for so many people to keep your fitness going. Don't lose your strength. Don't lose your elasticity. Keep yourself in form. You know, the game you can keep going, especially around links golf courses. What's up, JT? JT in the house. Yeah, right there. Loving it. Yeah. Great American player. Fantastic that all of these guys come over. It was Arnold Palmer who really told the American players, you want to be real golfers, you've got to go play the Open. I remember being at a competition out with Freddie. Oh, that doesn't look good. Freddie Couples and Davis Love. Arnold Palmer was out on the golf course. We just arrived. The first thing they did was take a buggy to go and shake Arnold Palmer's hand, say hello to him, and that was the respect that they had for him. And they were great ambassadors. And those two guys, for me, did a lot in the 90s where they really sort of showed all these young guys, you want to go be a proper golfer, that includes the Open Championship.
Well, Simon, I'm about to head off. Thank you very much for having me.
Andy,
it's been a pleasure.
Have a great week, mate, and we will see you soon.
Yep, I'll be watching.
Yeah, well, we'll be listening to you 5 Live for the radio. Okay. So, Robert McIntyre just working on his game, working on a bit of distance putting on the 10th hole. Drove it absolutely miles down there. So, smile on his face, and why not? What an amazing run he's had. Went to the US, fairly down in the dumps about the experience. Missed his family. Asked his dad to come out and caddy for him in Canada. And it was some emotional week. What a performance. The dad supporting the son who made magic. Repeated last week on Sunday. The dad was the catalyst to open up a new door for the son's career. Incredible performance. Simon Shanks out there, just working on his pace. And I am delighted to say that into the commentary booth, the great Dame Laura Davies.
Good afternoon, Simon. What have you been up to today? Out and about? I've seen you out and about schmoozing all the pros and all the coaches that you know so very well.
I think schmoozing is the right word. Communicating.
It's exactly that. No, schmoozing is the right word for you.
16th hole, moving swiftly on. Laura Davies now. I think her mic has just broken. This is Justin Thomas 3-wood. Or maybe Baby Driver.
Yeah, it's Rory's having a go, isn't he?
Right. Is that a good shot?
Well, he said 4 right. I'm going to say no. And that's not where you want to be.
That is not where you want to be. That looks very green. That's like a little garden. It matches your amazing outfit that you've got on today. I'd just like to say that.
Thank you, Simon. It's very kind of you with that, well, I don't quite know what to say to you, really. But there you go. It's...
Lost for words, Laura Davies. Ricky Fowler.
Well, you nearly made me swear, so that's why I was lost for words. I had to try and come up with something else, and I couldn't. Very limited vocabulary.
Well, that's no good. That's in the... No shout of 4.
Not that you heard. Might have been a cheeky 4. You never know.
Oh, no shout of 4. That's in the car park. Here we go, Max Homer. Fancy Max Homer's chances round a links course? Fancy his game?
I always feel like he could win any given week, so yes, but I don't think he's playing his absolute best stuff. There's another one straight in the same spot.
Shout of 4? Not needed. All forgiven. Look at how it releases through. Very uneven. I know you've been out there. Very uneven rough, isn't it?
Well, it's one of those, isn't it? You can get a bit of luck, but keep it in the short stuff. That is obviously the word of the week for these guys.
So we have got live at the range and the live practice, absolutely new innovations brought to you by our team here, including HSBC, absolutely crucial steel strand of the future development of golf. Top tracer on Gary Finau shows his ball heading deep into the hay.
Gary Finau or Tony Woodland? Who are we talking about here? I'm not sure.
Gary Woodland, Tony Finau.
Okay, a hybrid. You've got what a golfer that would be.
That would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Oh, what a hybrid.
Very, very elastic golfer that would be. So, Tony Finau on the left side. Low hands, hands by the knees. Short backswing.
They've got the right side covered, haven't they?
Finau, the bullet. Have a look at our top tracer. 322 carry. Amazing technology with our partners, including Rolex. Absolutely crucial part of the development of golf. Woodland, the bullet on the right side of the screen. Balls flying all over the place. The low runner, a useful shot this week.
The shot, really, isn't it? If it gets windy, that'll be the one, especially downwind. The first sort of few holes, you don't have to try and overpower them. You can hit a nice iron into a good position. You can try and get it a long way down there, but
did not overpower Hoylake, did he?
No,
he's just plotted his way through it.
A fabulous performance, wasn't it? It wasn't, you know, at the time you thought, oh, what a shame, because a lot of really, I'd say, marquee names are up there, but he did everything right all week, and on Sunday just kept holding them off. They came with little charges at him, but as you say, he wasn't getting bullied by their long hitting. He just did stuff like that.
Yeah, it was a proper links performance, wasn't it? Yeah. Very intelligent golf.
Yeah, it was cracking. Really, really great win for the guy, and he's proved what a great Open champion he is. He's had another decent year this year.
Yeah, it is interesting, and that's what's great. You know, I wouldn't say that golf is in any way like sort of one-dimensional, but power has become incredibly important, almost too important, where shot making, perhaps especially on the PGA Tour, is less important. A shame, I think.
I would agree with you. Yeah, the guys, these young guys, and they hit it so far now that it's lovely to come to a links course. We just wish the wind would get up a bit, because it would really challenge a different part of the game. I'm sure they can cope with it, mind.
So let's have a look. Morikawa. The fade is his shot. Threaded. He was amazing at Royal St George's, wasn't he? Just how many times he took on the bunkers, I thought.
Yeah, well, he's so accurate, isn't he? You can do that if you're super confident and you're guaranteeing that particular shape is what he did back then, and you can almost guarantee hitting a fairway. You can take these bunkers on.
It's the 18th green. That one time on Sunday will be the 72nd green, which will be where we will crown our champion. Brian Harman would love to repeat. That's the 8th hole. Your impressions of the 8th?
Well, I once played it in the British Amateur about 1979 or something like that. I hit 6-iron. The wind was blowing about 30-40 miles off the left. I put one up into the wind, and by the time I got to my ball, I had a 6-iron back in from over on the 7th fairway. So I think it's a difficult hole.
How about that? I wasn't expecting that.
On the tee. She's staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Tell you what, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Where do you see yourself in 10 years? In 10 years, I see myself making partner at this
Firm has been sold. What? To who? Some multinational outfit.
In Dubai, where it's 7 a.m. and the temperature is very warm.
Welcome, Viv. This is Ben. Anything you need to know, he's your
lawfully wedded husband in good times and in
total chaos. Viv, what time are we expecting twins?
Life is rarely a straight line. Wherever it takes you, HSBC can help.
There's no way I should be here. I should be dead or in prison. I mean, how else would you gauge this? When a guy comes off of a cotton farm, you know, to become one of golf greats? Are you kidding me?
He hit the flagstick, and the crowd erupts. He just stormed onto the scene. Put it in again.
He's a magician.
He's got it.
I never had any dreams about going on tour. I didn't know anything about it.
His story's amazing. His journey's amazing.
What a great job.
We were poor. We needed money to buy food.
These Filipino, a 28-year-old drug broke.
Didn't belong. I knew I didn't belong. It was unbelievable.
And he put up with a lot.
That past is so painful to him.
I would like to forget it, to tell you the truth.
Our culture has a short memory. I think it's time for us to be reintroduced to the Dreamino.
I'm playing for my life out here, you know?
It is the American dream.
Why, oh, why?
He hustled the world.
Brian Harman, current champion golfer of the year, may or may not be dethroned on Sunday. We shall see. Nevertheless, an inspired performance. Now, the horrific 11th. An advantage being a left-hander around here?
No, I don't think there's an advantage or a disadvantage. You've just got to play great golf, no matter who you are.
Yeah.
And which way you hit it. You've just got to strike the ball properly.
Yeah. And what last 3 months for him. Amazing, Bob McIntyre.
Been superb, hasn't it? Absolutely superb. Started it all off with that lovely win with his dad.
Yeah, Canadian Open. Taking on a bit more risk there. That's a bit straighter line, I'm not sure. Oh, it does. It carries everything.
I think that
miles.
11's difficult, but 10 I think is the most scary driving hole on the planet.
Only because it's you've no clue where it's like the place with the straight part of the fairway is so far left, isn't it? Yeah. Crowd favourite. He will hear it on Sunday if he is the man walking up in that amazing gallery.
There's Henny right in amongst it. She gets where Walter can't get, doesn't she?
Henny is amazing. Yeah, she's really now Spieth splashing. Great hand, Spieth. So that's the new bunker. That's kind of, it used to be kind of like what felt like a very right-hand bunker. Now it almost feels the shift of the tee as a middle bunker. So I quite like that I like that angle change. I think that makes the hole better. So RNA just giving finishing tweaks here. Morikawa.
Yeah, you've got to fancy his chances, like you just said. If you hit fairways, although they are generous, it's so easy with crosswinds. You're going to get a lot of crosswinds to miss the fairways, and then you're in trouble. So someone like him, who seems to have it on a piece of string at times.
Yeah, amazingly accurate player. Now, shot maker supremo. Amazing hands, amazing creativity.
Just hugging that right side, should hold on the fairway. Is it just going to... No, it's not bad, that. Bryson DeChambeau, there's a ditch. It's just out of camera shot there. This is 16, obviously. He says he's going to have a puff if the wind's not too much into. 3:15 carry.
Bless him.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. In the glasses there, looking very handsome. That is Adrian, manager of Podrick Harrington.
And there's Podrick.
And Podrick.
You've got sharp eyes, haven't you?
Ah.
Saw the manager before the sea. I said, you know everybody.
Well.
Schmooze in with everyone.
Try to keep on top of stuff, you know.
How's he managed to get more length as he's got older?
Oh, the technology and the speed. I mean, it's like, speed wasn't really something like when you played with your wooden driver and your rubber golf balls, it was hit it and find it again. It wasn't sort of maximum speed.
He's murdered
There's your
that.
ditch.
He's murdered that, and he's
Yeah.
miles short with a driver. So there's the difference. As well as, and as long as he hits it, I didn't miss the dig you had at me about how old I am.
No, I
with the
wasn't in any
rubber
way
golf
saying
balls
that.
and-
What I was saying was, if you think about it, you were the most powerful player on your tour for years, but you weren't maxed out, were you? Was trying to really control it, like flight
Yeah.
it down and spin it to keep it straight.
Yeah, pretty much. This one's gone
Hovland.
right. Sorry.
Leaking it miles right again, so he's got a kind of a right left right pattern going, which is not what you want on your final practice day. So if your final practice day is rubbish, what do? Back to the range?
No, just try not to have your final practice day rubbish is the best answer to that one, because you don't want any bad thoughts. I mean, he really does need to buckle down here. He's teed this up quickly again, which is never a good idea. If you're going to hit another one, take your time.
So are those murmurs of applause for Hovland? They are.
Well, that's perfect. Well, he could go from there, can't he? I haven't got my yardage book in front of me, but...
But was that a driver?
No, I don't think so.
3-wood, wasn't it? Yeah. Interesting to see how the players... Now, have a look at this. Some of the bunkers, Laura, just horrendous.
Yeah, I mean...
Going to make your lovely white trousers all sandy there.
Yeah, but...
Xander.
The sand is so superb. And as long as you don't get up against the lip or where you can't take it away, you've always got a chance to hit a good shot.
This is a great part of the game, isn't it? Jordan Spieth has come across on every single hole to the gallery as he's walked off to sign the paraphernalia. You know, and we don't normally have these pictures, so it is really interesting. You know, we're not really sort of recording live practice. Great part of the game, that.
Yeah, without a doubt, and that's the thing, isn't it? The galleries get very close to the players, and they can ask, can't they? Oh, look at this shot from Aaron Rye. This is a monstrous hole, the 17th. Come on, don't waste it today. But what a good shot that is.
I mean, you could sell that, couldn't you, Sunday to someone?
Maybe he could sell it to himself, because I tell you, he's playing some nice golf in the last few months.
I agree with you. Now, Spieth teeing up completely in the wrong spot there. But we'll forgive him, it's practice.
Yeah, we'll recall it if he hits a good one, though.
That's right. Here we go, 6th. Has gained 50 yards. You'd think that is going to be pretty good.
It's tight to a bunker, isn't it? Yeah, he's gone past it. Now can he be short of the next one? It's perfect. See, he thinks he's reached, he hasn't. He's not that long.
So the bunker, the second bunker was 322.
So he's hit at about 318. It's a big hit, isn't it?
It's a decent hit, that, isn't it?
Well, the fairways aren't rock hard yet, are they?
No. There's the 8th. Amazing scenes, absolutely fantastic, and it is forged by nature.
On the tee. She's staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Tell you what, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
There's no way I should be here. I should be dead or in prison. I mean, how else would you gauge this? And a guy comes off of a cotton farm You know, to become one of golf greats? Are you kidding me?
He hit the flagstick, and the crowd erupts. He just stormed onto the scene. And he has put it in the can.
He's a magician.
He's got it.
I never had any dreams about going on tour. I didn't know anything about it.
His story's amazing. His journey's amazing.
What a great shot.
We were poor. We needed money to buy food.
Beat Rufino, a 28-year-old stroke broke.
Didn't belong. I knew it didn't belong. It was unbelievable.
And he put up with a lot.
That past is so painful to him.
I would like to forget it, to tell you the truth.
Our culture has a short memory, and I think it's time for us to be reintroduced to the Dreamino.
I'm playing for my life out here, you know?
It is the American dream.
Why, oh, why?
He hustled the world.
This is the 152nd Open. It is Wednesday, coming up to 10 to 4. Practice, live practice, another innovation from this show. RNA giving you glimpses never seen before. The one-handed finish normally gets a good bounce and goes in. Yep, that's typical. Duffed to 15 feet. Thank you very much. So was that it was supposed to do? Not at all. Nature of the game.
Absolutely, especially when you haven't got cavernous bunkers in the front of greens like in America. Most of the courses, you don't have these lovely run-up areas. That's links golf, and you can occasionally get away with one like that. I don't think it was that bad, to be fair. He put his hand back on the club when he realised it had some chance.
There is a couple, though, that do that. Hideki does that all the time.
You can't pick a shot for him.
The worst finishes on the planet to 6 feet with a 5-iron.
It is. It's difficult to say. Right, this one is...
That is Matteo looking to bleed it off the big trap. Oh, he carries it. Look at the fire in the bounce there, Laura.
Yeah, I mean, he just caught the downslope, didn't he? A little bit unlucky. You'd be disappointed with that.
Yeah, 50-yard run out.
Yeah.
So, and now from Denmark. Now, let's see here. Rasmus, I think, to go with the arm tape on the right wrist. Hurt it last week.
It's in the bunkers.
And the traps.
Or worse.
Misses the traps. Not what he wanted. Speedy recovery, Rasmus. I hope for you, mate. Wrist injuries are really, really nasty. Golf's a funny game, isn't it? Hurt your foot and you can't play. John Rahm hurt his foot, couldn't play.
Yeah, it's not like you're running round, but if you've got various areas of your body, back, knee, elbow, foot, I mean, Jose Maria Lazabal for years, didn't he?
Yeah, arthritis in his toe.
Exactly.
He could hit the ball, but he couldn't walk to the next shot.
Exactly. And now, you know, Tiger the same, finding it hard physically to get round, but his game still seems nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he's not done well this year at all, but...
No, I agree with you. The game looked pretty good. We were watching Pinehurst, and I mean, putting of all the things didn't really ignite.
Let him down, didn't it?
But I thought everything else looked good. So Cam Smith just doing a bit of final prep. How about that? Where'd that go? Just chipped it in the bunker. Let's not talk about it.
I think it was a shank, wasn't it? A Lucy Lockett, a socket. I think it was.
I think it was just a little pitch out to the right. So now he'll have a go at that. Here we go. Look at the length and the speed of the swing needed. It's a great shot. Nearly a perfect shot. No bunkers like it. Laura?
They are there. Superb. Scary. Here's that tee shot we saw Jordan hit, 623, the 6th hole, par 5. I'm assuming he can reach the iron out.
288 to the front it is. He faded it. It's going to be well short. Let's see if he's right. Well short, yeah.
You know, the only reason that wouldn't hit.
So he's laying up. I mean, I just assumed. I assumed he was going to hit a 3-wood or something if he was going to have a. I thought he could reach because you thought if he. Well, why would you lay up trying to find a spot for tomorrow? I suppose.
Maybe. It's a funny one, isn't it? It's like you take on a lot of risk off the tee if you're going to lay up anyway.
Doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense that. So. Bob McIntyre.
I think Henny's stalking him.
Don't know what Henny probably just doing a bit of prep for the golf course. Here we go, 8th hole. 123, dangerous, Laura. Left bunker, very nasty.
Yeah.
More nasty than normal?
I think it is, yeah. We were talking about, I was in with Radar earlier on, talking to him about it, and he's convinced. He came up here last week and did a feature on that particular bunker. That's not nice, is it? That's gone right.
Not what you want as it drops in backwards.
You'll see a lot of shots, bad shots in practice, because they're not really concentrating. They've not got their game faces on.
Do you not find though, if you went out there and you duffed it around, the next day the images of how you're playing is from that?
It can be, yeah. I can see on tee shots, not so much second shots and shots like this, because they're not taking their normal time. They're just getting a feel. They're getting a feel more for distance on this particular hole, where they'll probably hit 3 shots, one to the front, one to the middle, one to the back. Rumour is we might have the front pin one day, 98 yards or 89. I heard some ridiculously short.
89.
Yeah, 89, yeah. That'll be fun.
Yeah, Matthew Jordan. Amazing performance, wasn't it, at Hoylake as a member of the club to go through there, gave some great showing of himself. Here we go, have a look at this. Just a little sawn off finish. Like a shoulders. Oh, in big trouble in there. That's no good.
That's why it's good. And these guys normally would have a little match on the result, so they do have to try a bit harder. They don't want to lose money to their buddies, so you try a bit harder. That's the idea behind having a little game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, now here we go. We were talking about him. Amazing. Michael was entered in last year, New Zealander.
Yes,
a month before, diagnosed with leukemia. Took treatment, is in remission, and the RNA respected the fight that he put in by giving him an exemption to this year.
Magnificent.
Absolutely right.
Fabulous.
What a great story. So if you want to support someone who's come a long way, support him. Great story. Now, Matt Fitzpatrick, he's won a US Open brilliantly. He'd love to win the Open Championship. Good chance around here?
Well, yeah, you'd say his game suits it, and he hits it long enough, certainly, that his distance has gone up. But yeah, it's he's not maybe playing quite his best stuff at the moment. Seems a little bit irritated with himself on the course, and you need to have everything right this week, because it takes no prisoners.
Now that is absolutely mad.
Well, I've got my bikini at home. I'm going out for a dip later.
Good Lord. Good Lord. Wow. Now, I have got a jacket on and a jumper, and I'm finding it chilly. The bikini into the, I guess that is the Firth of Clyde, is it? It's pretty much the North Sea.
Yeah, so it's
madness.
Cold.
Forged by nature. It's pretty brutal. So the range was amazing, and let's head back there. we'll go and find Di Stewart.
Thank you very much, Simon. Down on the range, glorious sunshine here on the western coast of Scotland, here with Rich Beam, who played Prestwick yesterday. But before we talk about that, I've got to mention just the claret jug that's right in front of us, and such historic names on it, prestigious names. Don't forget, Henrik Stenson won here when the Open was last here. This is the 10th staging of the Open Championship at Royal Troon. Stenson, that final round of 63, I saw him practicing this morning. Yeah. It was the duel, wasn't it, with Phil Mickelson? We've been talking about it over the last few days. Absolute spectacle of golf. What do you remember from that final day?
I remember Saturday afternoon when they really started to kind of pull away seemingly from the rest of the field on about the 10th hole, and watching them, you know, play 10 through 18, because I was with their group, and then I remember on Sunday I was in the penultimate group, and I didn't really have to say a whole lot that day. No. Just because those two were going absolutely bonkers out there, making birdies and just really separating themselves. Two guys that just brought golf to a different planet over the 4 days. And I just remember just kind of listening and hearing, and I was, you know, always kind of sneaking and look back and seeing if I could kind of catch a glimpse of exactly what was going on. This is kind of small, don't you think? I mean,
yeah. Well,
I'm used to something like really big. No, you want you got to hold with two hands and take a big old, you know, swig at it.
I'd love to lift that, but it obviously will never happen. But in terms of Stenson, that's 63. I mean, Phil had shot the 63 earlier in the week. Phil with a 65 on the final day, keeping up with each other. We spoke to Dan Murphy, who's caddying. Who's he caddying for? Well, I can't forget the name. Elvis Smiley, he's caddying for. Elvis, what a name. Does that get you all shook up, Rich?
That's
He's a qualifier, so he's come through qualifying and playing in this event, but Dan has been caddying here for many years. His dad caddied for 30 years. He said, you're not going to get a score like 20 under par this week. The weather's going to turn. I mean, it's pretty breezy now, but we expect the wind to change tomorrow, don't we?
Yeah, it's supposed to come, I mean, where it's coming up right now is mostly out of the south, and I think that's what they're expecting tomorrow, but now it's also going to be gusting up to 25, 30 possibly, sustained winds, though, you know, at least 15 miles an hour, and the occasional little squall.
Oh,
I know.
If you are just tuning in for the first time, we've been here since Monday. Where have you been? We've been talking about the back nine for quite a few days now, and it is brutal. It's unpredictable. The links, they can throw anything your way. Yeah. The elements are definitely going to play a part, but I mean, all the players agree it's keeping your head when all about them are losing theirs on that back nine.
It's, you know, once you kind of go out and you play the front nine, it's kinder, it's pretty gentle, there's really not much.
Teasing you.
Yeah, I heard a really kind of a cool story why the first three holes are kind of short and fairly easy, because back in the day when the golf course was either being built or there's no practice range, there's no place out here to hit golf balls, or, you know, wasn't back in the day. So they wanted the first couple of holes to be nice and easy and kind, so people could kind of warm up their bodies and get into the rounds without you know, too much fanfare.
Got you.
I like that. I mean, and even if it's not true, never let the truth get in the way of a good story, kids. Okay.
There we go. You heard it from
story.
Rich. You played Prestwick yesterday. The Open Championship began what, in 1860? How did you get on? Did you shoot
had a great
65?
time. I shot at least 65, but the best part about it though was that I got to go into a little area where they keep all the historical, and they have it in a fireproof room, and inside of that fireproof room is a fireproof safe. And you get to see all of it, like some of the scorecards from the first Open that Willie Park won, who was not expected to win, but they have all those, and the stories and the history that I learned about how this trophy came about, because the belt was then given away to young Tom Morris after he won 3 in a row, and so it took them a while to create this trophy, and that's also why the gold medal is given out, because this trophy wasn't available in time for the one that for the tournament that was after young Tom winning 3 in a row, because he'd walked away with the belt, and it just mind-blowing stuff. I'm butchering it greatly, but to sit there in this room and to have a very small fraction of the history told to me about this game and this trophy was mind-blowing. I was soaking it up. I didn't even want to play golf after that. I just want to sit in this room and learn more about Prestwick and the Open Championship in general. And it's just the history of this is
you get goosebumps.
Yeah,
don't
you do. You really do.
Yeah.
If you're a history dork like me, then this is the one you want to sit there and learn about.
Oh, I could listen to you all day. I really could. I was speaking to a couple of previous champions. Todd Hamilton was victorious here in 2004. Justin Leonard, 1997. Calcavecchia in 89. Tom Watson in 1982. The Americans, you guys have done incredibly well here at Royal Troon.
We have, and you know, world number one Scotty Scheffler. I mean, he's got to be on everybody's list because the fact that, you know, the ball striking that he possesses is otherworldly at the moment, and you've got greens that are, you know, a little bit sluggish compared to what they play on back in the U.S. Week in and week out, and I think that just plays into his hands even more so. I look at him as like, man, he's going to be tough to beat because he's got no fear of keeping that golf ball low and hitting these low little chasers out there. Growing up in Dallas, Texas, that's exactly the kind of golf that he would have played in, including some of the cool temperatures and the rain, because it gets a little inconvenient at times up there in Dallas in November through February. So I kind of look at everything, you know, looking pretty strong his way, but I'm going to say it like I say it every single year. This is Tommy Fleetwood's year. He'll bring it home. He'll bring it home.
Everyone at home, what do you think? Do you think Tommy Fleetwood will bring it home? Hashtag the open range. We want to hear your thoughts. Join the conversation. Are you going with Rich Beem? Are you going with what he says? He thinks Tommy Fleetwood is going to win the Open Championship. My goodness, lots of heads nodding and lots of heads going, oh, possibly Rory, possibly Scotty. Okay, this is where we are, the bird's eye view of the range. We've got cameras literally everywhere. We'll be back here very shortly. But for now, let's head out to George on the course.
Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be back out on course on the links. This is where I belong, and I'll tell you what, this is where these guys belong as well. We've got a great four-ball, the All-Americans, Gary Woodland, Max Homa, over a little knee knocker as we speak, Ricky Fowler and Justin Thomas. I'll tell you what, I've put sunscreen on for the first time since I can remember in Scotland. It is peachy, it is rosy, and there is a big fist pump. A big moment, Max Homa bins that part. There's obviously a match going on here. Absolutely fantastic to see. But it's absolutely stunning. I feel like everyone here is getting a very false hope of what's to come here on the west coast of Scotland. But the crowds have remained all afternoon. When we were following Tiger earlier this morning, we thought, wow, these crowds are big, but they're all here. They've got bigger and bigger as the afternoon has come along, and it's so spread out. But right now, I think as the week goes on, this wind is starting to hum in off the ocean. So the traditional wind, straight that way, you're hitting into it on the 16th, but now it is coming across it, which is quite tough for people like a lot of you at home that lose the ball to the right. I'm talking to you guys, that's right. See you later. The wind's going to take it, send it miles out to the right. But look, this is the hot seat that you don't normally get to watch from. How cool is this? A lot of good mates from the US playing in a little four-ball. Very rarely do you get to play four-ball golf in the professional circles. But the 16th hole, it's a fantastic par 5. They've got the burn off the tee, which is hovering around that 300, 310 mark. So it forces people to lay up, and with this wind as well, it's turning it into a 3-shot par 5. So I was just talking to Gary Woodland and his caddy off camera, and their 3-wood hovers around the front sort of 15, 20 metres shy of the green, so it takes a big effort to get here in 2, especially if the wind is off the left and into the face. Who would love to see Ricky Fowler back in the action? We talked to him yesterday. He's had a little tough start to the year, but he loves links golf, loves the creativity, and it's something we adore watching as well. Max Homa tied 10th last year at Royal Liverpool, so he's starting to show signs, and has done for the past 18 months, signs that he could be a major champion. We saw Colin Morikawa break through here in 2021 at Royal St George's. We saw Brian Harman get the job done last year, so there's no shortage of American flags on the claret jug. Max Homa, he knows he's a major champion. He's got it in the locker. When will we see it? Gary Woodland, the US Open champ. Great to see him back in the mix and playing some good golf, and playing a lot of golf again as well. Let's go sneak our way up here. The bunkers are so windswept. These two bunkers will get a lot of action throughout the championship as players try and take on the 16th green and the wind pushes it out to the right. Ricky, have you got a match on? No. What's the score? Flat. Yeah. What are the teams?
Justin versus Gary and Max.
So you're not contributing, is that what you're telling me?
I've helped a hole. I'm here more as a support system.
Nice.
Yeah, so we'll see. Maybe I can help out as we come in the last two.
Well, how challenging is this final stretch, especially the last two?
Yeah, you know, it's nice that we're starting to see the wind get a little closer to what we'll see. Yesterday was very different. So tomorrow there'll be a little bit more help coming here, but yeah, playing this back nine off the left, yeah, it's a good test coming home.
And also, mate, you're in Scotland wearing a lovely fruity shirt, no jersey. You don't get that very often down here.
No, you relish these days when you get some blue sky and sun out and being able to be in short sleeve shirt. We've been lucky with the weather so far, so hopefully, you know, we can dodge some, I think, rain potential and chances tomorrow and Saturday.
Nice. All right, I'll leave you boys to it because I know there's a big match on. There's Max, so get into it. Good luck tomorrow, Ricky.
Thanks, man.
Love your work, mate. Always one of my favourites. Ricky, what are you drinking in here? Because you've been carrying this around for years, and I've always been wondering, what is the magic juice?
Depends on the day. Now, I drink, I have packets of electrolytes called Element.
Okay.
So
fuels you up.
Yeah, just hydrate.
Hydrated. Kids at home, stay hydrated. Over and out.
On the tee. She's staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Really what? Go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
We are live at the range, closing stages, nearly quarter past 4 on Wednesday, not long now. And we get started. This is the 152nd Open, the 153rd Open. You can enter the ballot. Now, this is sold out, right? So this tournament is sold out. If you want to come and join us in Royal Portrush, enter the ballot through the QR code, get in the queue, come and join the party. The Open Championship with a little bit of Irish magic. Laura in an Irish flag dress, looking amazing.
Yes, thank you for that. I like my new green Adidas gear. It's superb.
So, Phil Mickelson looking pretty cool in the glasses.
How about that win? The major a couple of years ago, the PGA. Wasn't that extraordinary?
Yeah, amazing. A talent in the red hoodie on the far right, David Puig, talking to his coach. That's Dave Phillips.
Well, the Liv staying together down the far end of the range.
Yeah. So Dave Phillips, TPI. Amazing information collected over years of research about body movements and stuff. I think it's really a valuable part. You don't want to sort of have a swing that damages your body. It's mad if your hobby damages your body. So Mickelson, driving iron. He's got to be thinking that he was robbed of one when he played last time around this place.
Yeah, I don't know about Rob, because they were so far ahead and it was a duel for such a long time. It's not like someone came in and birdied the lot like McIlroy did to McIntyre at the Scottish Open. That's robbed. I think when you go head-to-head down the stretch like they did, I think it's just shake the hand and a better man won that one.
Yeah, it was amazing. But anyway, Mickelson, where did he win? He won at Muirfield, didn't he? It was very, very impressive. He had a style of game that I think was unique. He was very much a big risk taker, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think he still is. But you know, whenever he plays, he goes flag hunting. He's never one for looking at strategy. I don't think. He just wants to make as many birdies as he can, and that's why he's won so many times. 45, I think, on the PGA Tour. And like I said, that major a few years back. Incredible.
Like Woosie. Remember Woosie played? Woosie always went for everything, didn't he? Where's the flag? Let's have a go at that. And was never afraid of losing.
Yeah, and it's always handy if you like that, and you've got the magic of the hands of Phil Mickelson to get yourself out of trouble. Because 9 times out of 10, if you take flags on, you're going to short-side yourself. Your bad shots normally going to be short-sided, but if anyone can make up for that, it's Phil Mickelson. A superb career. I've loved watching him play. He'd have probably won another 20 tournaments if Tiger hadn't been around.
I know, Tiger. Yeah, Tiger. I mean, Els, Duval, Singh, Mickelson must be thinking of all the times to be born against that guy and be in the same era. But nevertheless, Tiger's added so much to the game. There's almost like there's golf before Tiger in the men's game and golf after Tiger.
Yeah, he's brought so much, hasn't he?
BC.
Still fun to watch him, though. I mean, this week I'm really looking forward. Hoping he gets a run going, and if the weather stays good.
Yeah, he looks pretty good.
He looks very good. His swing looks good. I was on the range watching him hit a few, and yeah, he look. I mean, you just can't tell. Not because we don't think he's good enough still, because he's not playing enough tournament rounds of golf. And even for these great players, if you don't play tournament rounds of golf, you really lose that edge.
Yeah, no doubt. But there's no one in the world who for whom it doesn't change when you get a card in your hand. So Mickelson, I'd say that's the baby driver. Interesting to see. Excuse me, interesting to see the strategy that he takes on off the tee. Much slimmed down, isn't he? Very much a different body shape.
Yeah, he's few times during his career he's been a little bit heavier, and then he's slimmed down, and at the moment he's in his slim phase, and he's looking very healthy and very solid ball striking there. Almost looks like he's hitting one a little down the left one. I mean, that's almost got it on a string.
Yeah, well, I think he's hit every shot he's aimed at so far, so it looks pretty good. Where's the glasses now? Just a little bit of sun protection. It's always a good idea. Get a lot of rays. UV rays can damage your eyes. You get a really good pair of glasses that you're comfortable with. Don't have to be too dark. You get lots of lighter variations, but good idea just to find a pair of glasses, sunglasses that you enjoy playing in. Protect your eyes. Yeah, super there, Phil. I'd say kind of hit everything he's done. Tried to hit everything he's tried to do today so far. Just cruising through. So amazing, isn't it? Phil Mickelson still got the speed. 173 ball speed, PGA Tour average. Here we go, oldest major championships. Champions, the oldest one. And it was an incredible victory, wasn't it? He almost overpowered the golf course.
Yeah, amazing. That's what I say. He's kept himself so fit and so strong. That a golf course like that, and he managed to turn up on that week. And, well, it was, as always, it's one of the strongest fields of the year. And saw him off very nicely. Hasn't had the greatest year this year on Liv. He's had one top 10. So you wouldn't have him down as a chance necessarily this week.
No. But it doesn't take much to spark these guys. I think that's another part of it. You find a feel, and it's almost like that's the catalyst to remember who you used to be. Flat carry 298 off a 168 ball speed. And that's not his high shot, that's his low shot. So and you're not going to overpower this course, so it's not going to be that. That's easily long enough to compete with the guys.
Yeah, just hearing Sebastian Soderberg's withdrawn, so the field's down to 157 now. For some reason, there's no reserve going in. Maybe it's too late.
Not Cam Smith? No Cam Young?
Well, the message I have is that Soderberg's withdrawn, the 8-14 group tomorrow, and no one is going to replace him, which I'm surprised.
First reserve. Yeah, how about that? Okay.
Hopefully someone will get in, but
yeah, you would have thought
not.
the first reserve or second reserve are here.
Well, when I saw that, I thought, well, that's good. Obviously not good for Sebastian.
No.
But for whoever's next one off the rank, it's a really late chance. But apparently not getting replaced.
Okay. So Mickelson clipping a few away. He's had quite a few practice rounds. So we are live at the range. Oh, centre of our screen, Sahith Theegala. Let's have a look. Let's see if we can have a look at him. If we can cruise in there, yeah, great. Next to the MasterCard sign, that's it. Interesting little knee flex. Did you sort of have a trigger to start your swing, Laura?
Just the bog standard waggles, really. One waggle, two waggles, and then a third waggle, take it away after that. That was it for me. Yeah, you could definitely see the knees there, don't you? It's almost like a trigger.
Almost like a little pop, isn't it? So world number 11. Was an amazing college superstar golfer at Pepperdine University, and he burst onto the scenes, and there he is. Oh, that's not the players without a major title. So it's a monkey on your back, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a badge of not honour, isn't it, that one? But they've all got one thing in common. Maybe Patrick's a little bit older than Tommy, but the rest of them are youngish, aren't they, really? So long time to go in their careers.
Ludwig Åberg is playing his first Open.
Yeah, well, we know Colin Morikawa on his debut a couple of 3 years ago. He won, so it's doable, very doable.
Here we go, just going through.
What are they doing? They're looking at the numbers, the read back off the...
I think this is the video that the swing that he just made, and just kind of like going through, like, so, you know, you're a second pair of eyes a lot of time as a coach. So it's like, am I in, you know, what I feel, is that exactly the same as the real? So you're trying to match those up all the time. As you know, you can get into posture changes, or you can get into ball position changes unconscious that then throw you off down that chain reaction. So it's just a case of keeping yourself really on point.
Makes sense. Going to have another couple of sponsors on there. Look at that. Zurich, Corn Ferry. It's got the lot. Ping.
Big shot maker. He plays with a lot of curve on his shots. Interesting, isn't it? Sort of feels the club face very well. So let's have a look and see what he does here. So 175 carry, not much more, I should say, than his 8 iron. That's an unusual little rehearsal, I would say. But a lot of squat there.
Half of them are probably out here because they're a bit bored now. They don't want to go home yet. It's not quite tea time, so just stick around. You want to make sure you don't do something that starts practicing a mistake right near the start of a great championship.
No, I think that's right. It's just going through a routine, isn't it? Just you have your warm-up routine. You go out on the course, you work around the different shots. So the squat, the move, the range. Alex Noren is back on the range, no surprise there. Di Stewart is also on the range, no surprise there either.
Thanks very much, Simon. Managed to have a chat with Phil Mickelson. Phil, great to see you. We've been talking over the last few days about 2016 and that duel and how amazing it was for the golfing world. Just coming back here, have you been back since 2016?
I have not been back, no. This is a great place. It's a special golf course. I played some of my best golf here, and even before 2016, I missed a playoff in 2004 to Todd Hamilton and Ernie Els. I've played well here. I think it's a golf course that it tests complete aspects of a player's game, you know, control of the golf ball, short game, putting, all the aspects that are important. But one of the areas that I don't think is as critical here is length or power. I don't think that it's quite as important. I think precision is more important. And so I think that it makes it for a more complete test, I think, and doesn't isolate who can win by just a few guys who can hit it the farthest.
Have you been plotting your way around? We spoke to Rory McIlroy earlier on, and he said, you know, the practice really is out on the course, it's not on the driving range. You know, how long have you been spending on the driving range in comparison to the course?
I have extensive notes going back from 2004, so from 20 years ago, about the golf course, where to play it, shots to hit, and so forth. So I have extensive notes, even though I haven't played here a bunch. It feels like a home course. When I say it feels like a home course, by that I mean when you hit a certain place, you know what shot you have. You know places that are good to hit it, places that are bad to hit it, and I think that's important to identify at a major, because sometimes you'll hit a good shot to a bad spot if you're not aware and knowledgeable on the golf course, and that's you can't make that mistake.
So what do you think about, I was thinking about, you know, you said you played well here in 2004 and obviously last time was Stenson. Going out with the wind, this is prevailing wind coming out of the south, it's over your right shoulder, so you're going out, but you're also hitting irons off the tee box. You don't have to attack it with a driver where everything gets longer. So when you turn back in, though, coming back home from 10, from a lefty standpoint, the wind's coming almost into your body, which, you know, most players would love to have. What are your thoughts on all of that?
We had a similar wind in 2016. This is kind of the prevailing wind. I think that the back nine, as you come back into the wind, when it's off the left, when it's a hook wind, it's a lot easier than when it's a slice wind. Yeah. I think a down slice wind is a lot easier than an into slice wind, because the magnification of the shot and the miss is not going to be as great. Downwind, the ball kind of straightens out, so you have a slice wind, but it's straightening out when it's down. So the back nine, when it's very difficult, like you have to make up your scores when it's downwind on the front, and then you have to kind of fight for pars on the back. But it's a lot easier to make pars, I think, with a into the wind with a hook rather than a slice wind.
So might be a good wager on a lefty of some sorts this week, maybe?
I think I'm not a betting man, as you know. So, but I do think I guess that's probably not true. But I do think that there are holes here that favor a left-handed shot dispersion like Augusta. But there are also some shots here that favor right-handed players, so you got to be careful.
Yeah.
What's interesting is that the holes that I'll be able to attack are going to be different than some of the other guys, and then holes that other guys are going to attack, I'm going to have to be a little more conservative. For example, number 10, right? Number 10 off the tee, that is a much harder tee shot for me, because the shot dispersion, if I come out of it, it goes short left and it's in the gore. So I got to be more careful off that tee. And I'll play 10 more conservative. But then you go to 11, it's much easier for me because it's sitting along my shot dispersion. I can get a little more aggressive off that tee. I can try to, if I get the right wind, even look at that hole as a potential birdie hole, even though it's the hardest hole out here. So it just depends. The holes that I can attack are going to be a little bit different. And you need to know that as a player. You need to know the golf course if you want to perform.
finally, I was social media, you say at 3 years old, 54 years, not a fashion icon, but I mean, you said the joggers. I mean, listen, those are rocking pretty good there.
Yeah, I didn't think I could pull these off, but I was wrong, and I can't remember the last time that's happened.
See?
I have to say, literally very stylish.
All right, let's you guys go.
Listen, thanks so much. Really great.
Have a great week.
Appreciate your time. Lovely to meet you. Great stuff. Phil, you were complimenting his fashion. Phil, I must say also as well, Beamer, you look very dapper in your green.
Well, I make green. Green matches my eyes. Yeah.
It does. Really, honestly, that information, really great for our viewers to listen to him. And I mean, he's so knowledgeable, and his insight into the game is fascinating.
He breaks things down so finely, and whether it kind of makes sense for other players or not, it makes sense to him. And to kind of look at the way that this golf course breaks down for him, it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever to see him go out there and to play well this week. I think that he's got obviously a really good idea of how to play this golf course because of his record around here. And I think that he's already kind of thinking about the right things. Like, nobody stands up on the 11th tee and thinks that that's a birdie hole whatsoever. And all of a sudden, he's thinking that is a potential birdie hole. It was interesting to see what he thought about number 10 as well, because he's right. If he hits a weak cut out there, that course on the left-hand side, and he's not going to get away with it. So he's got to make sure he's going to either hit a hard draw there with something weaker, like maybe a fairway metal, even a long iron. But, sounds like he's got a pretty solid game plan. But again, though, I mean, on the way coming back, when most players are hanging on for dear life, he's going to have the ability, as most lefties are, to kind of feel more comfortable in attacking it.
Yeah, and we know that the Americans do well on this golf course. And that second place finish back in 2016, he shot a final round of 65. I mean, they really kept up with each other. He also had a 63, didn't he, earlier in the week?
Yeah, what was his quote? He says, telling Stenson, I've never played the as good as I have for 4 days like this and lost. I mean, that says something, because he's played a lot of tournaments and beaten a lot of good players. But he finally met his match that 1 week. That
says a lot.
Yeah. Exactly.
And also, he alluded to his result in 2004. It was a top 5 finish there, and he also played in '97. So this is the 4th time he's playing here at Royal Troon. I mean, would no one's betting here, but would he be worth a flutter if you're in that area?
Listen, I think that what we saw just a few years ago when he won the PGA Championship at Kiawah Island, I think that he's capable of still competing at the highest level. I truly believe that, just because he's got the imagination, but even more so is he's got the confidence and belief in himself. And once that comes out for Phil, I think he's able to build on it, sustain it, and really get behind it all. And you're not going to find anybody else that has more belief in themselves than you do Mickelson. That's why I think that he's such a contrasting player, why he's lost a lot of tournaments, but also because he's won a lot of tournaments. He goes for broke every single time. He doesn't care what the situation is, doesn't care what he's not afraid of losing. And that's what makes him a great champion.
Oh, great stuff, Rich. Thanks for your thoughts. Let's go for a quick break and we'll have a wander down there. But you just heard from Phil Mickelson, runner-up in 2016. What can he do in 2024?
On the tee. She's staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Bloody what? Go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Where do you see yourself in 10 years? In 10 years, I see myself making partner at this firm has been sold. What? To who? Some multinational outlet.
Dubai, where it's 7 a.m. and the temperature is very warm.
Welcome, Viv. This is Ben. Anything you need to know, he's your
lawfully wedded husband in good times and in
total chaos. Viv, what time are we expecting twins?
Life is rarely a straight line. Wherever it takes you, HSBC can help.
There's no way I should be here. I should be dead or in prison. I mean, how else would you gauge this? And a guy comes off of a cotton farm, to become one of golf greats? Are you kidding me?
He hit the flagstick, and the crowd erupts. He just stormed onto the scene. And he has put it in the can, leads the
He's a magician.
He's got it. I never had any dreams about going on tour. I didn't know anything about it.
His story's amazing. His journey's amazing.
What a great shot.
We were poor. We needed money to buy food.
These Rocino, 28-year-old, broken.
Didn't belong. I knew it didn't belong.
It was unbelievable. And he put up with a lot.
That past is so painful to him.
I would like to forget it, to tell you the truth.
Our culture has a short memory, and I think it's time for us to be reintroduced to Lee Trevino.
I'm playing for my life out here, you know?
It is the American dream.
Why, oh, why?
He hustled the world.
All right, we've found a golf ball in the very, very thick rough. And whose is it? Well, it's 2015 PGA champion Jason Days. Jason.
Thanks, man.
Hello.
How are you?
Welcome back to the
Not a
Open.
very good lie, is it?
No, it's not a very good lie, but it's still nice of you to join us in this troublesome moment.
Yeah, I haven't hit a fairway this back nine either, so it's like I don't even know what that short stuff looks like, unfortunately.
Tell us, what are you thinking when you get in this haggis-like rough?
Yeah.
Because it is tough, isn't it?
It really is, but this one, I mean, it looks worse than what it is. I know that you can kind of get into more of the fescue stuff, and then you've got grass kind of growing all over the shop. This stuff has like a different type of grass that's kind of laying on top of it, so I think this is going to come out a little bit better than you know, some of the other lies I've had.
Because we've seen a few players where the thicker rough grabs the hosel and pulls it left, doesn't it? So that's something you've got to be wary of.
I'm still going to do that. I'm still going to open up the face, and I'm going to like try and fade it, and hopefully it stays straight.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask my caddy here, hey Brucey, what do we got?
185 to that left bunker.
Okay.
185 to the left trap up there. So as another aeroplane comes over and tries to derail our fantastic content. One moment.
I've got 7-iron.
7-iron. So this is just a certain 3-shot hole today, isn't it, with this one?
100%. I'm going to try, typically I'd probably lay back with something less, but because I'm on TV, I've got to try the hero shot a little bit more. So I'm just going to go 7-iron straight at that pot and just like hopefully the wind will kind of bring it back a little bit.
Nice. All right, enjoy. Best of luck. Even if it's a bad one, guys, just clap and pretend it's really good, okay? Yeah, I did, yeah. Perfection. Perfection. No need for a fake clap. Mate, and let's just talk about the Open in general and how nice it is to be here. How much do you love this major championship?
This has become my favourite major of the year to play, just because of the different variety of style of golf that you actually have to play, the creativity that you have to bring. It definitely shows the weakness in the bag, especially when you add elements like wind and weather. So, you know, I heard Radar Riley say that if you haven't got it, you're not going to find it at the Open Championship. So I better find something pretty quick.
Have you got it? How's the form? How's life been?
Life's been great. You know, life is good with me. I got, you know, I'm blessed with 5 kids and I got a beautiful wife. So other than that, the golf has been another story. I feel like I'm driving it well. I'm chipping and putting great. It's just the iron play has just been something that I've been struggling with. So change of shaft, change of club head, and see how it goes.
Nice. I guess like when we're sitting at home and we see all the glory of golf, we see the trophies and all the success, but golf's not overly easy, is it? It's a career that demands a lot of, I guess, determination and perseverance.
It's very difficult to do what, you know, Rory has done, you know, Tiger, like Phil Mickelson, even Scotty Scheffler now, to keep that level of play up, you know, for a long period of time is very difficult to do, especially with the other outside stuff that you have to do, and that can burn you out pretty quick. So, you know, it is interesting. You're just always trying to better yourself, and yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, this is my 17th season on the PGA Tour, and I've been playing the majors quite a long time. It's difficult to win these ones, you know. So, you know, you just got to take it, you know, day by day, keep working, and you know, at some point, that work will take hold, and you'll start to find some confidence. So just race your own race, you know, take it in stride, and, you know, just find your own little journey. And I think it's very easy for us, you know, as players to look at other guys and go, man, I wish I could, you know, do that. But it's, you know, they're racing their own race, and you just got to kind of stay in your own lane and do your thing.
Nice. Well, we're enjoying watching your race, mate. I feel like you've got another streak in you, so we look forward to watching it, mate.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you.
Right, best of luck.
Cheers.
Cheers, Daisy. Perfect stuff. Jason Day.
Yeah, fantastic to get all of these insights. Jason Day has come so close, Laura Davies.
Yeah, well, this is his 12th Open, and he finished tied second, albeit 6 shots back last year. He was right up there, so hopefully he can find something, because nothing better than Jason Day in full flow playing some great golf. I mean, I remember him at Whistling Straits when he won the PGA. Fabulous.
Yeah, we all thought, I mean, some years ago when he came out, wow, this is the next Tiger Woods. I mean, Whistling Straits, he hit it miles, dead straight, and hit it everywhere you needed to hit it, and just looked amazing. And then, just as he said, like, injuries especially derailed him. Anyway, now that umbrella, I am the proud owner of 3 of those.
You've been to the shop?
I have been to the shop. Amazing. I got to really have a discipline in there, because you could lose yourself in there. Scan the QR code on the bottom left, and you can have a look at the online shopping. It's pretty sweet, I'm going to say.
Yeah, I've been over there. It is superb. I didn't buy anything. I just wanted to have a look, and it's massive and it's great fun. But you can get it online as well.
You can. I was disciplined. I was targeted. I had a cruise. I had 3 things which I needed to get. I got them and I left.
That is discipline,
It's
especially
quite
for
out
you.
of character.
Especially for you.
Anyway, so Matt Wallace in the T-shirt. Amazing. This is a great scene. Come and join us next year. That's at Royal Portrush. Laura has already got her outfits chosen.
I don't choose them anymore.
They look amazing. So, yep, Royal Portrush. This is sold out. This event is sold out. I think 270,000 tickets. Amazing.
That's what I heard, and they're out there today as well, aren't they? Have you seen the fairways?
Oh, yeah,
absolutely
it's pumped out.
lined.
I was here pretty early, and there were long queues to get in through the security. So
9 a.m. start for you, was it?
it was a 7 o'clock meeting, though, production meeting. Oh, it's all very
right.
serious here.
Yeah, very serious.
So Wallace working with Belsham, Matt Belsham.
Is there a coach out there and a player out there that you don't know? I'm not being flippant. You just know these guys because you've been in the business for so long. You're so very old and you know them all.
Someone gave me a picture. The guy's John, who runs the ball machine to the far right of this driving range as we are looking at it, gave me a picture of me being on the driving range with Sir Nick Faldo, and I think that was 1989.
There you go.
So, yeah, I had about 17 years of being on the tour with the guys, pretty much like every week, and I loved it. It was great. It's like great education, isn't it? So, Matt Wallace, not looking as though that's the most amazing thing. There is Matt Belsham just coming in, just trying to get his man organised. So what's he saying there? Not happy with the way he's grinding that out. Driving irons. Maybe a new addition to the bag this week, just trying to find the feel for it. Maybe a bit longer, a bit lighter.
Yeah, I think
trying to get it to launch.
Yeah, and you'll be using them on the first 3 holes if you're going to use them anywhere. I mean, might need them into some of the par 5s, but certainly the first 3 holes you can hit driver, you can hit 3-wood, but you really don't need to. They're 366, 389, and 376 the first 3 holes. So for these guys, potentially downwind, they don't need more than just to flick it down the fairway.
Yeah, let's have a look here. So that was really just sort of like a super low 54-foot punchy apex 224, but with that amount of speed you're going to have the release. So interesting to see Matt just working through. Here we go. Maybe just take it, maybe just finding the ball position that matches up. Laura, you know, are you playing it more like a wood? You should really play it more like an iron.
Yeah, well, without a doubt. Yeah, I mean, if you want, I used to, with the long irons, I used to try and hit all the same shots you'd hit with all the other clubs. Obviously, it's a little bit more difficult to do, but just move the ball position at the front if you want the high one, slightly at the back of your stance if you want the low one. And if you keep it as simple as that, you know, you'll be hitting it the right shape you're trying to hit, or the right height you're trying to hit it.
So there it is, the golf bag. Wallace. Range rat to the left. Alex Noren. No one will hit more balls this week than Alex Noren. But Belsham just showing to Matt Wallace, you know, okay, I feel like the ball's a bit up, I feel like the ball's a bit down. No, 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 you're good, boss. Have a look here. This is what it looks like. Here's the reality. Certainly working on it. So we are live at the range, kind of closing off the final practice day before it all starts, and normal suspects, Alex Noren and Matt Wallace with their coach, Match Belsham, just trying to figure it out. Final rehearsal, Laura, before the big dance tomorrow.
Yep, and if you're playing well and striking it well, you can't wait for the alarm clock to go off tomorrow morning. Get out here and get stuck into a major championship. If you're not quite got your game, you might have a little bit of trepidation and you'll hope I wake up and I've got it again. So there's lots of different feelings throughout the field.
Yeah, it's a mad game, is it? Because if you've got it tonight, will I still have it tomorrow? Or I'm rubbish today, but maybe I'll have it tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I was never disappointed if before I played a tournament on the range I didn't hit it great. That was, if I had a warm-up that was a little bit ropey, 9 times out of 10 you go out and play well, and I don't know why that is. Maybe it's a mental thing, but it...
Expectations, possibly?
Possibly, yeah, yeah.
So, Wallace, angular, working really around the pivot, sequencing. And when it's good, it can win, Matt Wallace. So an aiming stick, maybe just a bit of orientation there. Okay, this is an aiming stick. This is just for a little bit of plane. Maybe also proximity of hands to the body through the ball. Just a reminder. Don't get that. Oh, Alex Noren just giving it a bit of a pirouette there. Triple Salchow. Can't remember what that was. Is it double toe loop? Can't remember what it was. Anyway, low and closed hands. Let's have a look and see if it works. Actually, I think the way that Matt Wallace used that might have been just a sort of bit of head sway. It's almost like tried to really keep the line totally still. So you put the line over, you put the stick, sorry, over the top of the ball, and then try to keep yourself really centered so that your eyes don't drift to the right of that stick, of the stick to ball or orientation. So really kind of stable. Face doesn't close down. See if his head's a bit more stable. Kind of looks like that to me. I think he'd like that.
I used to find if I wasn't flushing it, I'd start hitting left to right, right to left. Just start getting bringing the hands back into it without thinking, and then go back to trying to hit your stock flush shot. That always worked.
Yeah, I think that's right. It all comes down to, can you feel the face, right? You can feel the face or you can't. It's kind of like a binary deal. It's like a 1 and a 0. That face was what I thought it was going to be. So all sorts of amazing elements as a part of this live on the range, including Josh Ampman in the Sky Open Zone.
It's official, the man with the snazziest bag here at this year's Open Championship is Alex Chaker. You can see your face in this, it's gleaming.
Vegas style, baby, Vegas style.
This is your first Open Championship for 16 years, Alex. Tell us how great it is to be back.
It's great. It's totally different, you know. Back then I was young and good looking. Now I'm only good looking, so it's been a long time. But you know, when I played the practice round, nothing really has changed, like course-wise. You know, obviously our equipment is changing, but I remember it was tough back then already. But it's nice to go back and play links course again. You know, I've been for so many years now in in America, and we just don't have courses like this. So it's really tricky.
One of the great links courses that you played last year, and the reason you hear it this year's Open Championship is Royal Porthcawl. You won the Senior Open on 5 over par. That last day, I've never seen a final day like that. Describe what those conditions were like on that Sunday.
Well, Sunday was brutal, but everybody talks only about Sunday. Saturday was very similar. Maybe we didn't have as much rain, but it was still blowing 40 miles an hour. So Sunday, when you added a little bit rain to it, I think I shot 5 over and 5 over on the weekend and still managed somehow to win. But it was incredible. I think that's the worst conditions I've ever played with. And, you know, I was glad when it was over.
These winds and conditions are nothing for you over the next 4 days. This is easy for you. I know you've had a few back issues recently. Tell us how it is and how it came about.
Yeah, it's better now, but it started in March. I was playing a tournament, and I don't know what I did, but I finished the round, and I flew to the next tournament, and I couldn't even bend over, do nothing. Wow. So, you know, went to see a doctor, did an MRI, and it's a herniated disc with a pinched nerve. So I was out for really, I want to say 8-9 weeks without swing, without anything. So slowly coming back. The last 2 weeks I played the BMW in Munich a couple of weeks ago. I was very rusty, you know, after 9 weeks. Yeah. But, you know, I shook the rust off a little bit, and now I'm still swing a little bit slower, than I'm still afraid a little bit, although it's not like pinching anymore. But we'll see what we can do here this week. I'm just excited, as you said, qualifying here through a great win for me last year here, the Senior British Open. So for me, it's just a bonus. I'm happy to be here, and really the outcome, I'm going to try my best, but I really just, you know, really don't have any expectation. That's the wrong word, right? I'm going to try as hard as I can, but, you know, it is what it is. I'm just going to fight at least 36 holes, and we'll see what from there.
You know what helps ease bad backs and cures bad backs is our Postage Stamp challenge here, Alex. So it's 1, 2, 3 yards, exactly the same as a postage stamp. You get 3 clubs. You can choose any wedge to start with. That's one. Okay. Any club between 6 and 9, and then any club between driver and 5 irons. So you've got 3 shots here. So what wedge are you going to go for?
I can switch clubs after the first shot, or do
exactly. You only get one chance. So we'll go. And what are you going to take? So you're going to go through the 52, and then what are you going to go between your 6 and 9?
I want to go 6 and 9, huh?
Yeah,
I want to go with
7's a very popular club. And
really?
Between 5...
Then I want to hit 6. If 7 is popular, no, I'm kidding.
And then between 5 and driver, we go. You've got a very old 3-iron here, by. I'm just saying.
Actually almost older than me.
How old is this 3-iron?
I think it's been in the bag, I want to say, for the last 20 years, every single day.
What?
Yeah.
That's
yeah. I mean, it's not rusting, but
no.
You know, I don't want to break it off the mat. You know, that
yeah,
would be,
exactly.
No, but I can. Yeah, I can.
Do you want to have a? Yeah, come on, Alex. Right, I'll be caddy.
Okay.
So,
okay.
52 first.
Okay, 52 first. Yeah, so 123.
123. Tell us how you're going to play this shot, Alex.
Okay. Well,
the wind's picked up.
Let's try. Oh, the wind picked up. Yeah. The other guys had it way easier. Way easier.
I've just seen you strike the ball for 10 minutes, Alex.
All right.
It was
all right. Let's
come on
do
then.
it.
Stop drawing.
The wind.
The wind's got that, hasn't it?
That was the right number, though.
I think it was close. Yeah, it just rolled by. Okay, 7-iron now.
All right, 7-iron.
Do you feel a bit easier with this club? With this at 1, 2, 3?
Yeah, could be. Well, we'll find out.
Could be.
We'll find out in a minute, you know. It's almost... Okay. Right now, in my age, it's almost a full 7-iron to that yardage.
I noticed your right foot is slightly back as well.
Here. Yeah, I'll have the right foot back a little bit.
Okay.
And see what happens.
Oh, that's got to go a bit more.
No, it's going to run up
You're playing a bump
look at
and
this.
run to 123. Where is it on the screen?
Look at this.
Oh, yes,
Here we go. Here we go.
That's maybe the best shot we've seen
all
so
right.
far.
You see, that's links golf. You got to roll it.
That's the best. Okay, and let's go 3-iron.
Okay, 3-iron.
Let's go 3-iron.
That's the magic 3-iron, right?
Okay, now the magic 3-iron that's a million years old.
All right.
Now tell us how you're playing this.
Well, I'm going to play it obviously really low.
Okay.
I just barely going to get it over this bunker and let it run up.
Are you playing a bump and run here with the 3-iron?
Yeah, I'm going to hit a bump and run.
Great.
I'm going to hit a bump and run.
Great. No one's had 2 yet. No one's hit 2.
Oh, really?
No. Oh, turn.
Wait, yeah. Oh, no.
Do you want to have a mulligan? Do you want to try again?
It's close though. Look
It's
at this.
close.
It's really close.
Do you want to have one more?
Yeah, give me one more.
Yeah,
one more. I mean,
Everyone
I'm
always
the
has-
oldest guy this week in the field, so I should have one more.
You're the Senior Open champion. You're allowed another
That's
one.
right. That's
Okay.
right.
Okay.
Okay, let's do it.
3-iron bump.
Nice little chip shot. Ah, nah, I tugged it a little bit.
You tugged it.
But it's okay. I hit one, right?
You hit one. We're gonna look at it again here. I think
Okay.
on our screen because no one's played a bumper run that's landed 40 yards and
Let
run
me
at the
see.
other 83 yards.
Look at this. Look at
You've
this.
even judged the pace
Yeah,
rate.
look at this. Almost in the middle of the hole.
Yeah.
I mean, I grew up here, so I know the breaks and everything.
Alex, it's great to see you here.
thank you.
I hope you play well and
Thank you
enjoy this
very
year's
much.
championship.
Oh, thank you very
Thanks
much.
very much, Alex.
Thanks.
Big round of applause, everyone.
On the tee. She's staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Bloody well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Where do you see yourself in 10 years? In 10 years, I see myself making partner at this firm has been sold. What? To who? Some multinational outlet.
Dubai, where it's 7 a.m. and the temperature is very warm.
Welcome, Viv. This is Ben. Anything you need to know, he's your...
Lawfully wedded husband in good times and in
Total chaos. Viv, what time are we expecting twins?
Life is rarely a straight line. Wherever it takes you, HSBC can help.
There's no way I should be here. I should be dead or in prison. I mean, how else would you gauge this? When a guy comes off of a cotton farm, you know, to become one of golf greats? Are you kidding me?
He hit the flagstick, and the crowd erupts. He just stormed onto the scene. And he has put it in again.
He's a magician.
He's got it.
I never had any dreams about going on tour. I didn't know anything about it.
His story's amazing. His journey's amazing.
What a great shot.
We were poor. We needed money to buy food.
Beat Rufino, a 28-year-old stroke broke.
Didn't belong. I knew I didn't belong.
It was unbelievable. And he put up with a lot.
That past is so painful to him.
I would like to forget it, to tell you the truth.
Our culture has a short memory, and I think it's time for us to be reintroduced to the Camino.
I'm playing for my life out here, you know?
It is the American dream.
Why, oh, why?
He hustled the world.
Absolutely unbelievable day today. Wednesday afternoon. Dame Laura Davies waves goodbye and into the hot seat. Mark Rowe. Now, I'm not sure if that's an upgrade or not.
Well, I can tell you, Simon.
You can decide.
No, I'm going to tell you it's 100% not an upgrade.
So, the golf bag of Max Homa. And there he is. Just a little aiming stick action. He's been out on the golf course. There he is, Max Homa. Sort of feel like he's moving into the top echelon of players. Do you agree with that?
Brilliant golf swing, isn't it? But I always look at him and I think he has the most amazing posture. I also like the way he walks as well. I also like his gait when he walks. I think he's just got a presence about him. You know, he's a very positive sort of, look at the way he walks in, look tall and powerful, and then he puts his hand, looks just so natural, isn't it? That's a lovely way to set up.
Yeah, it is. Works hard on his game. Works hard on his backswing, I would say. So what his tendency is that his shoulders get too flat to the ground and his arms get too steep, and then he drops it under. So what he's trying to do is almost get a little bit steeper shoulder plane, a little bit flatter arm plane. Works very hard with Mark Blackburn, also coaching Justin Rose, Mark, this week. So you just sort of feel like he's arrived at the next place. The next thing that's got to happen to him, Mark, is a real serious run at a major and even pick one up of the top four here.
Capable, isn't he? There's no doubt Max Homa's capable of that. And it's just, you know, so much of that is self-belief as well. As good as he is tee to green, there's no golf course he can't win on.
In the background, Joe Mayo with the glasses and the hoodie and the visor, coaching Victor Hovland. But there it is, players without a major title, a list you don't want to be on, Mark Rowe.
Well, I don't know. You know, when you are on that list and you're looking at Ludwig Oberg, I mean, he's basically only been a pro for about a year and a half, and that's what it seems. He's number 4 in the world. You know, any of these players, they're all multi-millionaire, superstar, tournament professional golfers. They have arrived, they've made it, they are at the top of the tree. You're in the top 20 in the world. Wow, that is something special. So, as you say, the icing on the cake for anybody in that position is a major, but it doesn't mean you're not having a fabulous time.
Oh, you're absolutely right. So we're going to take Max's drive out onto the 16th. And just to see, give you an indication, take the range to the course. That's what we all need to do. So let's have a look and see with our top tracer technology. Oh, dunked it in the water, so it's not a driver.
Did it go in?
Looked like it.
Oh, I didn't think it went in. I thought it got caught in the semi-rough, just short.
No.
What? I'm telling you. Here we go. Have another go, Max. It stopped short.
Here we go. It's a lovely shape, isn't it, for a tee shot?
Beautiful, huh? Beautiful.
The ribbon
little
at the
soft
top.
Fade.
Yeah.
Hang on, tell me if this goes in. See? Oh, no, you're right, by the way. The other one was in. I've just spotted it.
Well, Steward's inquiry. I thought that might have been the third one. Anyway, let's have a look. So it's not. What do you think? Bryson's talking. He's going over the creek if it's nice enough weather.
If Bryson says he's going over the creek, he's going over the creek, isn't he? Simple as that.
What
Don't
you don't
argue with Bryson.
Go up the creek.
Yeah. Without a paddle, maybe. But anyway.
So, phone in hand, head cover on. What a team. It's a good beard, that, isn't it?
This is almost a ZZ Top beard,
I was going to
isn't it?
say ZZ Top.
Yeah, but it just needs to be a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Give me all your loving.
Oh, like that. Here we go. So Bryson is out there somewhere. Let's go and find George Hopper.
Well, we've once again found ourselves on the 16th green in such a fun location, par 5. And look who we've got here. In absolute trouble in these pot bunkers. But he's reached it in 2. I love watching the creativity out of the bunkers here. What pin are you going for here, Bryson?
Give me the hardest pin.
The hardest pin. I want to get it right up against the lip. Come on.
Where?
That's too easy there.
I was downhill. That was actually really brutal. This is actually more difficult, like being downhill.
Yeah.
Uphill thing, like.
Well, it's not a 50-yard bunker shot, but it's still very tough, isn't it?
No, I'll actually take that bunker shot over some of these lies in here. It's pretty brutal.
Okay. What are we going for here?
Downhill lie. I'm probably going to try and hit this. Let's go back right just for fun.
Back right.
Or do you want to go just short right here? Actually, let's go short.
Right. See that little flex? That little flex on the green?
I see that.
Yeah, good.
Oh, boy.
Best of luck to you.
Good luck. Especially with long wedges, you know, you hit these things right
Oh, long wedges as well. Okay. Yeah. That's lovely. Mate, while you're there, I might just chill and take a bit of weight off for the day.
Look at that.
It's been a long day. How does it feel to be back at the Open, mate? You must love coming here.
Oh, it's fantastic. People are great. I just can't thank the fans enough. They're just awesome. Super, super sweet. Obviously, winning the US Open, they're all ecstatic about seeing me, which is cool and appreciate that. But just trying to get comfortable with these bunkers and the wind. The wind is insane out here. So these crosswinds, you just got to really control your ball flight, and that's a big key for this week. So I'm working on that as well as some of these bunkers and having some fun.
I remember, you'll probably remember Royal St George's 2021, where you went through your big bulking phase and you were smashing the living out of it. The fans were loving you back there as well, but this is a different type of love, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm still hitting it pretty far. Not as far, but it's still pretty far. And it's fun to give the fans a show.
Nice. All right, you keep working on that.
Yeah.
Right.
Let's see what I got here. I'll give you a shot right up in here.
Right up in the face. Oh, and you've put it down a bit too.
Think I can get it out?
Yeah. Swing hard. Mate, you're gonna have to shake that off. Let's get in there. There we go. Come on, let's get you out of there. I need to dry off. Oh yeah, that's all in there. We won't go too deep in there.
Okay, well, you said it.
All right. Bryson, always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Get out of here. We need to clean them off. And we need to clean up my chat as well.
Fantastic. Have a look at this. There he's okay. There he's not. But they're going to hose him down when he comes back in, Rory.
It's tremendous. Yeah. A little moment of magic, wasn't it, that? He wasn't expecting it. Take a sand bath there, Bryson.
Yeah, the sandblast. I'm really impressed by the way he's grown. I think, you know, we met him as such a young guy, as we always do with these professional sports. And now he's really matured into someone who's a real entertainer. For me, he's kind of stepped into a role. We needed someone to step into that role. He's the man.
Yeah, he's lost the attitude, hasn't he? He did have a little bit of precociousness about him. He's a bit argumentative. He challenged rules officials. He had a bit of steam under the bonnet. But to be honest with you, I agree with you. He's rounded out. He's softened, hasn't he? And he's become an entertainer. He's realising the value of having the fans on his side as well. Look what happened at the US Open there.
100%.
Yeah, he knows how to play the crowds. Great. Good for him.
Now, Nikolai, somewhere will be Soren Hansen. That is Darren Fichardt. He has been around for a long time. There is Soren Hansen. Just keeping an eye on the guys. Nikolai, probably the more intense of the two. Rasmus has got a little wrist injury, which is worrying, so we need to make sure he's okay. Just working on a little bit of sequencing there, trying to get the speed of the arm. So if you look at the sequence, men's game, there's a lot of arm speed from sort of the top of the backswing down to kind of like belt high. So there's the arm speed, and you need that to match up to the hip turn and the weight shift. So very complete players. Soren has got a very nice little stable of players. There's the big monitor on the right side of your screen. That shows all of the top tracer data which the players are using. So you can see who's out there. Ricky Fowler in the house. Just clipping a few wedges. Ricky saying he does not have it at the moment. He was of no use to his partner today. Zach Johnson, an unusual champion. I mean, the thing of his career, he's a Masters champion and he won the Open at St Andrews. That's the dream combo.
Yeah, that is pretty good, isn't it, on your resume? And they're the two trophies in the world of golf that you would love to have on your mantelpiece. A beautiful silver replica of the clubhouse at the Masters and the claret jug. This man's good enough, isn't he? He's definitely good enough to win a major championship. Højgaard. All the skills, all the talent. And I think the self-belief is growing. It is, you know, he's constantly evolving as a player, and you forget just how young they still are. Feel like they've been around forever.
That's the problem.
24 now?
I know. You know what the problem is, Rory? It's
24?
actually not that. It's we've been around forever. That's the problem. Anyway,
and longer.
So let's have a look. So this is just like a sequence drill, just catching it. Maybe the wind can throw off your sequence. So very orthodox grip. And with fast legs, you need fast arms to match up. So
I think that's exactly what Soren's saying. I think he might have an earpiece in. He could be listening to you and using your advice.
You know,
relaying your advice.
This is what's alarming to me. I used to coach Soren. So 1998 8, I'm going to say, that Søren Hansen came on the tour. DP World Tour as it is now.
I also coached him for 1.5 years on short game. Amazing, isn't it? So, do you know, he's probably just giving all of our advice to these youngsters.
That's how knowledge
is that allowed?
100%, absolutely. So, interesting to see final touches. Nicolai. Watch the speed of the arms down. You see that? Trying to get to the top, trying to finish the backswing, and then use arm speed to drop the club down into delivery, and then the rotation of the body takes a very neutral club face through the ball. So quite a lot of chat there. Very much sort of work in progress. He needs his coach there, needs Søren to just sort of say, okay, listen, so what's the feedback here? If this happens to me on the course, what should I do? Diagnostic kit is crucial to a player, isn't it, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, it's a totally new world, and there's information, there's statistics on everything that you could possibly want available, and you choose what you use. You choose the things that you focus on. I think it's a golf swing that's getting better personally.
Yeah.
I do think that body rotation is better. I think it's more of a rotation than a slide.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's something that you notice, but here you go. This is
the 5th.
Superimposed, I guess you'd say,
isn't it?
Yeah,
the 5th. So, the 5th hole. Amazing. They've moved the tee. Have you checked that? Have you seen that? You remember the bunker, that big bunker on the right? Used to really feel like it was a right bunker. Now, but the tee shifted, so the angle into the green almost makes it feel like a middle bunker.
Yeah, that's a good change, isn't it?
I like that.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I like that change a lot.
So have a look here. A new piece of technology for us is the top tracer. You can really see working the trajectories there, Mark.
Well, I think he deserves to be there with that shot, doesn't he, Simon? Honestly, because that was a dirty sort of toe snap hook.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, that's why. Look, you can see. Look at Søren now. He's just moved around now. So he didn't like that shot, did he? He's like a bit concerned about that one. Like, no, come on, son. That's no good. We don't
Wanted
want that shot.
face squarer, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want the hips to beat the hands.
That was really flippy, wasn't it? That was completely out of sync. That looks a little better, but still a bit turny. He's probably.
I think he's trying to hit.
Yeah, no, he is working. He is working on a low shot there for sure. That's definitely working on a low draw. I mean, he's not hit 2 in a row like that, has he?
No. They're big,
otherwise
they're
you'd see
big strong blokes, aren't they, as well?
Stand next to him, he's huge.
Yeah, they're huge.
Yeah.
You almost feel like they should be playing rugby or American football.
Yeah, absolutely. And Darren Fickhart on the right-hand side, as you said, South Africa there. He's kind of he's our sort of build, isn't he? And then
he's not. I think he's as tall as we are.
He's a lot taller than you. Anyway,
I'm a lot taller than I look, though.
But you're right. I was amazed when I went to the range and I stood next to Nicolai, just how strong he looked.
Yeah, they are proper units, aren't they? So.
Now, this is the bit that's super impressive to me.
Mark, you weren't here earlier today, but Rory set one down there. Scotty Scheffler was at 332, I'm going to say, something like that. And you could see Rory looking over it and working his way up. He left after he hit carry 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, I did actually see it, and do you know what impressed me most about that? Was he hit, I think, 3 drivers in a row, and the first one was around about 290. And then he flipped one to 315, and then the next one I was watching in the other room next door. I thought, my goodness me, he's really gone at that, and I saw that 3, 4, 5 carry. I thought, that is astonishing. He had 3 gears there.
Yeah.
And they were all straight, by the way.
So I wonder who has arrived. Are you thinking someone has arrived to stimulate this little souvenir hunters, autograph hunters, who can hear yapping in the background, very excited. Crucial to get juniors in the game. They were thrown a ball. Look at them. Absolutely fantastic. So crucial to enjoy junior golfers. At my club, which is Fox Hills, the junior golf program's amazing. It's a priority of the club, and that's why the club is booming, and that's what you need at your club. So keep your juniors really, really motivated. Go and play golf with them. Take them out there, try to help them. Future of the game. RNA totally gets it.
I think it was Victor Hovland, by the way. That was the bag I spotted just arriving.
Victor Hovland, superstar. So, closing scenes, final prep. Amazing hospitality tent for the players now, Mark. Have you had a cruise through there?
I did. You know, I remember, you know, the time when there wasn't a players' lounge. And I mean, now look at it, it's the size of a small hotel. It's fabulous. But if you think about it, it's the greatest championship in the world. You want all of your family to come. You want all of your friends to come. So you're going to get all of your guest passes, and you want all of your friends to enjoy what you enjoy when you come to the Open Championship. So it really does need to be that size. And I tell you what, I did walk through the other day, and the security guard said, "Excuse me, sir, you're not allowed to come in here." And despite Justin Rose and his manager trying to get me in there, I still couldn't get in there.
Yeah, I wouldn't have let you in.
No, and I don't blame them.
So, just trying to find the feel. The guys, they've been out on the range in the morning, loosening up. They've been out on the course. They're sort of getting a better and better picture of the lines that they need. Quite a lot of blind shots, quite a lot of visualization needed around this course, Mark.
Yes, I mean, but I think at this point, you know, we saw Ricky practicing earlier, then he's been out, played a few hours, now he's back out again. I think they're more really just warming down and just taking wanting to hit a few good shots in a row and take that feeling home for the evening, that's all. You're not going to be tinkering with your game at this point.
No, just maybe a couple of new clubs for the week, a driving iron. Did you used to take a driving iron, like a low iron, added in, or did you always have one in there? No,
I mean, for many years, we used to carry a one iron, didn't we? I mean, it's a rare implement, and then it sort of stopped seeing it. More hybrids came into play. I had a ping one iron, which I was lovely for links, low runners.
Yeah, a lot of interaction with the manufacturers this week. That's also another part of the game. It's sort of, you know, it's evolved where if you don't have the support of the manufacturer, it makes it really difficult to compete.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that once you get to the range, obviously there's always going to be something new to try. Maybe early on in the week you might just hit a couple, tinker with a new shaft. You might just think about the flight of the ball for the week. You might think about the shape of the ball for the week. You might, well, as you say, put a driving iron in, a low chasing iron for when it gets windy. And you might put a little 5-wood in. You might play even a 7-wood to get out of the thick fescue if you go offline, but something that will go through the rough and get you a little bit more distance. There's a lot of options.
So it is interesting to see where we are, not far away. Here's the driving range. Let's see where George Harper Jr. is. He's on the course.
Well, guys, we've talked to a lot of golfers today, but I've bumped into Iona Stephen, who watches all the golfers day in, day out. And Iona, your job this week is on-course commentator. Can you give us a brief rundown for those at home that might not know all the effort that goes into it? What goes into this role? How excited are you for the week?
Oh, George, it is so exciting at this stage in the game. And, you know, I've been really busy this week so far. It's not like a normal tour week where we generally have 3 days to prep out on the golf course and see all the shots, because we've been doing lots of stuff live on the range and there's so much hustle and bustle going on. This evening's been a perfect opportunity for me to come out while it's a little bit calmer and just actually get a flavour of what's going on out here on the golf course. And as you can see in my hands, I've got my little yardage book.
Lovely,
and
lovely new yardage book.
Yeah, well, I got this from the shop, which you can get in there, but this keeps my my yardage book nice and dry, depending on what weather we have coming in this week. You can see this is the Players Edition, and this is what the players are all issued with to help them map their way around Royal Troon. Many refer to Royal Troon as being a good game of chess, and they've got to plot their way around, George, and I'm trying to work out in this book, what is it that the players know? What is it that they can try and figure out? And this is really the Bible, like I say. A player without their yardage book must feel very lost out here. And I think an on-course commentator, which of course I'm going to be this week, also we feel very lost without this, because this gives us an idea of their strategy and allows us to relay that to the viewers and the listeners back home.
Speaking of strategy, what is yours? Because I know you have to get really close to the players, but can they hear you? Do you have to whisper into the mic? What's your strategy?
Yeah, well, actually, this is a trick, George, that somebody taught me early on. When you've got your on-course mic, you use the yardage book to block your voice, because whichever way the wind is travelling, let's say that I was commentating on a player down there and we're standing downwind right now. If they were there and my voice was travelling on the wind, it would just go for miles and it would really upset the players. So what we do is we get this little book here and we hold it in front of the mic, and that is a secret tip that has stood me in very good stead. But we have to position ourselves. Generally, we're trying to get ahead of the play. So I go down onto the fairway when they're on the tee, and I've got my little rangefinder which helps me to see what club they're going to hit. We've been standing watching some of the players hit off here on 18, and you know, they're not hitting driver, some of them hitting irons, some of them hitting hybrids and things, and I need to use my little rangefinder so I can say to the viewer at home, it's an iron or it's the driver, and then I'm trying to tell them what are the hazards, what are they trying to avoid, and it's this little book, this golden Bible, that helps me do that.
Nice. And while you're interviewing me,
okay,
tell me which group are you out with tomorrow? Who are you excited to see?
Tomorrow I've got a great
Now
group.
you have to do this?
Oh, that's right, George.
You've changed roles.
No, that's right. We reversed it. I'm out with the world number 1 Scotty Scheffler and Jordan Spieth and Cameron Young. So one of the marquee groups tomorrow afternoon, and I'm very excited about that.
Nice. Well, we're excited to watch the golf. We can't wait for it to unfold, and all the drama will end up behind us, isn't it? What do you think of this great 18th hole just to finish off?
Oh, it's a cracker, George. You've seen so much drama down this hole through the years, and I've no doubt this year will provide plenty more. But it's a tricky hole because it really asks a lot of questions from the very start. Off the tee, you don't just get the luxury of standing up there and whacking the driver. And it's a nervy tee shot. You've got all this kind of grass to carry before you even get to the fairway. It looks so far from standing back on this tee, but yet the players, very, very few of them, if any, we've seen hitting driver here. So it's going to be a very tough finish. We know it's all about this kind of closing stretch, infamously tough. And I'm going to have the best seat in the house.
All right, well, I'm going to take that microphone back. You need to get back to the research. Fill the Bible up with heaps of tips and tricks, but Iona, enjoy the week.
Thank you very much, George. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
There it is, Postage Stamp. All sorts of superstars will be going through there, including one superstar called Rory McIlroy, who was chatting earlier with Di Doherty.
Definitely know whose bag this is, and we're stood by the man himself, Rory McIlroy. Rory, it's glorious to see you, and your bag. It's just, tell us about this one.
The dog?
Yes.
So I got the dog at the 2004 Ryder Cup at Oakland Hills. I played the Junior Ryder Cup that year, and I got the dog in the merchandise tent. And there's been a few iterations of the dog since in the 20 years that I've had a dog on my driver. But yeah, sort of reminds me of simpler times, so it's nice.
This one has definitely give me treat eyes.
Yeah, he's looking a little sad, actually. He shouldn't be sad because I'm hitting the driver very well.
We just saw that, actually, here on the range at Royal Troon. Really great to see you. It's been a busy few weeks, as we all know. It's all been documented. And great to hear from you in the press conference. You're out and about. I've just spoken to a couple of your team. You're going out and playing the back nine today. And Adrian, actually, one of your team, was saying that the practice, actually, it really happens on the golf course. You're spending a lot less time on the range. Why exactly, for all our viewers at home, why is that?
Yeah, I think once you get to this stage of the golf tournament, there's not a lot you can do here on the range that is going to change things. You know, from now until I hit my first tee shot in about 24 hours' time. You know, you're not really going to, the work is done in the previous weeks leading up to this week. So it's really about just getting yourself comfortable on the golf course, getting your lines off tees, getting comfortable with, especially on this back nine that I'm going to play today, getting comfortable with where your misses are going to be more so than anywhere else. There's certainly better sides to miss it on because there's so many tough holes in that back nine. So just to get another look at them this morning, I think is going to be a good thing.
Yeah, and also the change, how adaptable and versatile you have to be coming from the States. Just tell us how big the difference is coming and playing on links turf.
Yeah, it is. It's a lot different. Even just how the club gets through the turf, the different shots you're going to need around the greens, the different ball flights you're going to have to hit because of, the changing weather conditions. So, it was good to play the Scottish Open last week and get refamiliarised. It's sort of a shame we only get to play links golf a couple of times a year now, especially, I grew up and played a lot of tournaments on links, but it's always nice to get back. But I always feel like I need that week to, to get comfortable again in these conditions.
I suppose with Troon as well, I mean, you obviously played this course quite a few times, but we've been chatting about this. I don't think I've ever seen an open course which is so split down the middle as far as like the front and the back nine.
Absolutely.
Just try and explain, if you can, that back nine, the level of difficulty that you're going to be facing on that coming in. Yeah,
it's relentless. I would say even starting off in 10's probably one of the more gentle holes on the back nine, but it's a blind tee shot. It sort of gets you a little uncomfortable. But then 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Get a little respite in 16 with a par 5. But then 17 and 18 as well. Today, it's okay. Sort of wind is down out of the left. Yesterday, we played it was straight back into the wind. I've never hit as many 3 and 4 irons into greens in a row. So obviously, it all depends on the wind conditions. And if you do get that back nine into the wind, it's you should even par, and you're absolutely delighted. Absolutely delighted. So it's a. Depending on the conditions, it's a bit of a war of attrition, but it's the Open Championship, and it's supposed to be difficult.
It is unpredictable. We keep saying you had a good finish here in 2016 when Henrik won. You were tied 5th, so some good memories flooding back.
Yeah, I didn't really feel like I was in the golf tournament because Henrik and Phil sprinted so much ahead of the rest. But I had a good finish here, and I finished off the tournament well. I shot a good round on Sunday. Shot 67, so. Just have to rekindle the good memories of that week and the things that I did well around here, and also especially Troon maybe more than anywhere else because it's on this west coast of Scotland. Those bands of weather can come in pretty quickly, and I got the wrong side of the draw last time. So hopefully I'm on the right side of it this week, and I can give myself another good opportunity to try to get a second claret jug.
And we definitely all hope so. You had some putting tips from Luke Donald this week?
Yeah, Luke came and walked around yesterday. He's he's doing some work for TV this week. He just wanted to come and walk around and get a feel for how we're going to play the golf course. And I just picked his brain a little bit about when he came back to links greens, what did he think about? He talked a lot about the tempo of the stroke. He tried to make his putting stroke a little brisker and a little shorter. If you look at all the old videos, like the 70s and the 80s, how much pop the old guys had in their stroke, and I don't necessarily want to pop in my stroke, but just a little more assertiveness through the ball, which was something that Luke concentrated on, and a nice little tip.
Oh, great stuff! And you're playing with Max Homer and Tyrrell Hatton in your group. Happy with that, or do you not want to play with them?
As draws go, I thought it was a very good draw. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good to see Tyrrell. I had dinner with Tyrrell a couple of Sundays ago in London. A few of the Ryder Cup teammates got together, which was really nice. I play with Max all the time back in the States, so it's a very comfortable grouping. Obviously, I don't get to see Tyrrell as much anymore, but it's a good draw.
Great, so we'll let you go. Looking very dapper, I must say. Everyone in my ear is saying you're looking great.
My belt.
Oh, I'm sure we can find that. Okay, he's hiding that. You're off to the 10th. Yeah. Great stuff, Rory. Really good to see you. Wish you the best of luck. And back to our commentary team. Awesome.
Yeah, that was earlier. Fantastic to hear from Rory McIlroy. He's in good form. He's a little spring in the step back, Mark. Kind of recovered from Pinehurst.
Yeah, I think so. I got here on Tuesday, late afternoon Tuesday, and I parked the car by the Players' Lounge, and as I say, I walked in there kind of thinking I could get in and then realised I couldn't. And as I was walking back out, or being escorted out by the security guard, the first person I bumped into was Rory coming the other way. And I thought, is that an omen? Is it an omen? He's the first player that I've seen, you know, by the players' area. And I just had a chance to have a little brief chat with him, and I just said to him, do you know what? I said, you should be really proud of yourself. You know, you've been through a lot recently. There's been a lot of stuff going on in your life. I said, I think you've dealt with it superbly well. I said, we were all heartbroken for the way you finished at the US Open. I said, but you know what? His attitude, he's got a fabulous attitude, you know, he's resilient. You don't become as great as he's become and have the career he's having unless you're resilient. And I have a strange feeling. Simon. There you go. And it's not often I have those strange feelings. I think it could be his week.
Oh, I would love that.
I think a lot of people would. I think right now we're all feeling, after 10 years of not picking up another major championship, that his golf deserves one. He's been a little unfortunate. Yes, he missed the 2 short putts at the US Open. And by the way, the one at 18 that he missed was a brutally difficult putt. But there you go. I think it's the game of golf, and the golfing gods owe Rory another major.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? It's like you finish top 3 in a major now, and it's almost like it's a massive failure. You know, I think that's Tiger. Tiger's given so much. It's almost like, you know, he's influenced how the players feel, how they practice, how they train massively. But he was the first one to say, you're the first loser. You're first loser. The worst loser is the guy who finished second. Whereas I don't know if that's the best way to handle such a finish, such a result. But for me, he influenced that to where if you weren't winning, you were rubbish.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I mean, it is so difficult to win a major golf championship. Don't forget, Rory's got 4 already. I mean, it's, you know, it's an incredible career if you win a couple of majors. But it's just the way he's always in contention. And I think, I'm trying to think how many years ago it was that Ricky was in the top 5 of all 4 majors one season and didn't pick up a major championship. That means you were right in the thick of things, pretty much right to the end of a major, and you didn't pick up one of them.
No, absolutely. It's incredibly hard to get a result. So let's have a look. Ricky Fowler working post round. The driving range is busy. Of those in final prep, Tiger has been and gone. Rory been and gone. Bryson is out on the golf course with 5 or 6 holes.
With a lot of sand in his hair and down his shirt.
He will be washed down, shined up and put back together by tomorrow morning. Ricky, we're assuming, looking at his swing, just trying to get a feel. Butch Harmon is his coach, our dear friend Butch in Las Vegas, I would imagine.
I think he's watching live at the range, isn't he, on his mobile? Can you get it on your mobile? I'm sure you can. He's probably listening to you. Give him a tip now, Simon, and see how he reacts. I think he's listening to you.
Ricky Fowler, some player. Amazing, sort of, so busy being a top pro now, isn't it? So busy. Anyway, so many different elements. Let's go and find George Harper Jr.
Look who it is, ladies and gentlemen. Bob McIntyre, hello.
How are you?
Very good. How good is it to see all the local fans out for you here this week, mate?
No, it's great. I mean, last week was special, but this week's nice, obviously, after the result.
Feeling quite at home? Loving the fans?
Always. Scottish support. Can't beat it.
Can't he beat the Scottish support? Can you maybe take us back to last week, because that fist pump, mate, that fist pump was some of your best emotion I've seen. How good was it? Well, double fist pump, I might add.
I mean, I don't know how many fist pumps it was, but it was... No, it was just, obviously, the emotion had built up from the previous year, and I didn't know how many actual chances I was going to get at...
Oh, you got your money on him winning it? Fair, cool.
Young for the gambling, I didn't know how many more opportunities I was going to get at the Scottish Open, and we got it now.
And aside from being slightly tired, you must feel confident coming into this week as well.
Yeah, I mean, slightly tired might be an understatement from Monday.
No.
But no, it's look, it's another golf tournament. Obviously, there's a lot at stake here, but I'm just going to try and treat it like another week.
It's just another week, right, Bob? We're going to let you sign a few more of these, and we'll meet you on the tee to watch this great 17th hole.
Perfect.
Right, come with me. Look at this. Actually, stay with Bob. He loves the cameras.
On the tee. She's staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Tell you what, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
There's no way I should be here. I should be dead or in prison. I mean, how else would you gauge this? And a guy comes off of a cotton farm, you know, to become one of golf greats? Are you kidding me?
He hit the flagstick, and the crowd erupts. He just stormed onto the scene. And he has put it in again.
He's a magician.
He's got it.
I never had any dreams about going on tour. I didn't know anything about it.
His story's amazing. His journey's amazing.
What a great shot.
We were poor. We needed money to buy food.
Beat Rufino, a 28-year-old shoulder broke.
It didn't belong. I knew it didn't belong. It was unbelievable.
And he put up with a lot.
That past is so painful to him.
I would like to forget it, to tell you the truth.
Our culture has a short memory, and I think it's time for us to be reintroduced to the Camino.
I'm playing for my life out here, you know?
It is the American dream.
Why, oh, why?
He hustled the world.
Welcome back to Live at the Range. The countdown is on. That first tee shot of the Open Championship is at 6:35 a.m. tomorrow morning. You can feel the tension building here with Pete Finch. And Pete, behind us, we've got one of the 12 amateurs, Liam Nolan, who qualified at Dundonald Links just down the road. But a good talent, great talent.
Yeah, fantastic. And he qualified through in amazing fashion as well, like holding a good putt on the last to avoid the playoff to make it through. And you know, he's had a very good amateur career, and he's with some really good amateurs in this field as well. I mean, every Open there is that battle for the silver medal. It's a little sideshow to the main event as well, and it's always nice to see that person on the green with the champion golfer of the year as well, because you always know that that player generally is going to go on to have a pretty good career.
Yes, the most amateurs since 1987. You can see by my walk backwards that we'll go and try and grab a chat with Liam if we're not interrupting too much. Liam, can we have a quick word? Sorry to interrupt your practice. How are you? Great. Your first Open Championship, amateur, one of 12 amateurs in the field, and qualified, we were just saying, down the road, 5 players qualified down the road at Dundonald Links. How did it feel when you sank? Was it a par putt on the last that you saved?
Yeah, it was 6-footer, tricky downhill left to righter. So
it's funny, when you told me last week it was 3 feet, it seems to be getting longer every single time.
What happened was it originally got shorter by the people that were watching it. They said it was 4 foot. It felt like 10.
Yeah.
And I'd say it was about 6.
Yeah.
So yeah.
End of this week, 13 foot.
Yeah, of course. We'll just extend it.
When I'm older, when I'm a granddad, it'll be I sank a 40-footer on the
to win the Open.
Yeah, to win the Open. Yeah, look it up.
Those after dinner speeches, yeah. But that was to prevent getting into a playoff, wasn't it? But the relief of then knowing that you're going to play here at Royal Troon and then arriving here, what's the whole whirlwind been like?
Yeah, it's been a bit crazy. I was very nervous kind of practicing and playing on Monday. The tempo was a bit quick and the heart was pounding. So
who were you playing with, remind us?
Shane and Podrick. Yeah. So childhood heroes there. So a bit nervous playing with them, but as the few days have gone on, I've kind of gotten into my more natural tempo and getting more used to it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously amazing to be out here with obviously these professionals who've been doing this for quite some time. Pretty sure when I was on comms earlier this week, I did see you sneak in behind Tiger.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, the range was packed. I wouldn't do it if there was like 2 people and then I just go straight behind them, but the range was pretty packed and I saw a free spot beside him. I was like, absolutely. Like, when will you get that chance? And I think a few people saw me on TV just trying to sneak in behind him as well. So, I mean, to hit balls beside, the greatest to ever do it, in my opinion, is a dream come true, and, you wouldn't get it anywhere else.
And there's a circus around him, isn't there? Just so many people, throngs of people, always at an Open Championship, always at a major. You played with Podrick, with Shane. What advice did they give you?
Yeah, just back yourself, and it's your first major and you're an amateur, but in the end of the day that you're here to compete with everyone in the field, not to make up numbers. So gonna just get stuck in tomorrow and try swing freely and give it a good go.
Have you got friends and family here? Does that make you more nervous?
No, I think it comforts me to see a few friendly faces in the crowd, a few people from home coming over the last few days and tomorrow again. So, no, it'll be nice to see some familiar faces and get the claps with some good shots.
I say it might be quite good as well, because tomorrow you're out quite late at 4 o'clock. So if you are still hanging around and you do want to follow a young, up-and-coming, fantastic golfer, might have a little bit of space there as well.
What will you do until 4 o'clock? It's such a late tee time. Like, sort of mentally, it plays on your mind all day, doesn't it, that you've got that time?
I'm actually delighted because I haven't slept well at all this week. I've been so excited. So I'm looking forward to a nice lie-in tomorrow and catch up on some sleep. But yeah, just... not...
What will the process be tomorrow morning then? Get up at midday, just chill out?
No, not quite midday. I like to kind of get active early. If I get up too late, I'll feel tired and groggy for the day. So get active early, come to the course pretty early, maybe go to the gym to loosen out, go do a range session, go back in for some food, and then start it again before the round is kind of how I like to handle late tee times.
Yeah. And what will your thoughts, well, you don't know yet, walking onto that first tee? I can only imagine what it'll be like, that amphitheatre. Are you excited about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty tough in the practice rounds, so I'm looking forward to the first tee shot as well. Just can't wait to get going, and it's just so cool to be here.
Well, we back you. We reckon you'll hit the fairway.
I hope so. It's a 4-iron, so yeah, that'd be a great omen.
I'm going to give you a birdie. Yeah. Everyone in the gallery is giving you a birdie. Liam, thanks so much.
Look away, and I made a birdie. Yeah, thanks.
Come on, we're right behind you, and it's such a brilliant experience. So good luck this week. Hope to speak to you later on in the week.
Thank you very much, Di. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Okay, let's get back to comms. Thanks, Liam. Great.
Magnificent, just the nerves and how important, how excited it is. You remember your first Open, Mark Rowe?
I do, and I felt exactly the same way. He didn't sleep particularly well, and yeah, it's an amazing moment for him, and one he'll remember forever.
The silver medalists, the first glimpse of superstars. 1996, Tiger Woods. Look at the smile. 1998, who can forget? This scene, Justin Rose, hello world. And then 2007, how's that? Rory McIlroy. 2013, Matt Fitzpatrick with his bro. And then Christian Lemprecht, that was last year. He tied the lead. The amateurs arrive early, but if you look at the names who are silver medalists, they are a part of golfing history. Great scenes, Mark Rowe. What struck you there? For me, Rory McIlroy.
Well, yes, you could say that would strike anybody, wouldn't you? Because he looked, I mean, just like so young there, didn't he?
Well, Matt Fitzpatrick looked like he was still in school.
Yes, the Fitzpatrick, but maybe they were still in school.
Yeah. Now, Hovland. We watched him earlier on the course, Mark, and he was all over the place. Only one way to describe it.
Yes, he's searching, isn't he? He's searching for a little bit more consistency in his game, just as it all seems so easy. And he's just not quite in first gear, so to speak, at the moment, and that's why he's back out here, just trying to find just a couple of good swings, like we were saying earlier, just something to take home with you. And it's a crazy game, golf, isn't it? I mean, you can be really struggling and be all over the place, and all of a sudden you have a birdie eagle finish, or a birdie finish, and all of a sudden the confidence returns a little bit. You build on it. It can turn very quickly with great players, Simon.
It certainly can. And I'll tell you what, iconic players spend a lot of time with their young fans. It's a lot of signs you don't see. Ricky Fowler doing the business.
And this is after they finished. Robert McIntyre out there on the golf course was doing that from every green to every tee, which you don't see all the time with players on the course. Normally they wait till after, but
he's had an amazing day, Victor Hovland, been all day, but you know what? Always got time for the fans. Respect to those men. Make a young person's day magic.
Great players of the past would sign every single one. They would stay there till everyone was done.
There's no way I should be here. I should be dead or in prison. I mean, how else would you gauge this? And a guy comes off of a cotton farm, you know, to become one of golf greats? Are you kidding me?
He hit the flagstick, and the crowd erupts. He just stormed onto the scene. And he has put it in again.
He's a magician.
He's got it.
I never had any dreams about going on tour. I didn't know anything about it.
His story's amazing. His journey's amazing.
What a great shot.
We were poor. We needed money to buy food.
Rufino, a 28-year-old motor broke.
Didn't belong. I knew it didn't belong. It was unbelievable.
And he put up with a lot.
That past is so painful to him.
I would like to forget it, to tell you the truth.
Our culture has a short memory, and I think it's time for us to be reintroduced to the Camino.
I'm playing for my life out here, you know?
It is the American dream.
Why, oh, why?
He hustled and worked.
Where do you see yourself in 10 years? In 10 years, I see myself making partner at this firm has been sold. What? To who? Some multinational outfit.
Dubai, where it's 7 a.m. and the temperature is very warm. Welcome, Viv. This is Ben. Anything you need to know, he's your
Lawfully wedded husband in good times and in
Total chaos. Viv, what time are we expecting twins?
Life is rarely a straight line. Wherever it takes you, HSBC can help.
I'm in with Mark Rowe. That's the bird's eye view of a range which has been packed, where hopes have been practiced, rehearsed. Mark Rowe.
Thinning out just a little now, Simon, isn't it? It's that time in the evening.
So we are all about innovation here at Live at the Range, and we are trailing the use of Mindfly body cameras during practice rounds this week. It's the first time it's been used in golf. The vest is like a GPS vest with a camera embedded so that it also picks up the audio.
England manager stepped down. Is this what wearing a bra feels like?
Yeah. What the hell?
It's my POV. Putting green. Oh, this. Oh yeah. Where's the putting green? Can I take this off now? Perfect.
So fantastic. That was Ludwig Aberg, who was using our new Mindfly body cameras. And if you're interested in his sort of view of his practice round, please head over across to the RNA YouTube channel where you can see the full version. All sorts of innovations, custodians of the past, the RNA, but very much eyes on the future, Mark Rowe.
Yes, it's an ever-changing landscape in the world of golf. Fascinating to see any new technologies trialed. Oh, that's interesting. World number 9, Bryson DeChambeau. US Open champion. Sounds good, doesn't it? And you know, it's amazing to say, he was talking about earlier about when he was into his bulk up days and he was going for the crazy long drives, but he still looks pretty bulky there, doesn't he? He is a very strong, athletic man.
Yeah, I think he's really evolved and matured into a real charming guy who kind of gets his role in the whole big circus that is pro golf. I admire where he's come from, how he's really improved and developed himself. There's his team. Dana Dahlquist is his coach in the black hat and the white t-shirt standing behind. Really put in a lot of effort, stabilized perhaps more than anything the very, very creative and scientific mind that is Bryson DeChambeau, Mark.
Yes, it's I would imagine that it doesn't sort of, his brain doesn't relax very often, does it? It's a really sort of a vibrant place inside his head, and you know, whatever choices he's made along the way, he's comfortable with those choices now, and he's comfortable with himself. And you know, he's an entertainer, and I like to see that. I must admit, I enjoy watching him play golf. Did it differently. He's done everything differently. You know, the thick grips and the clubs, everything he's done his own way, and he's made it work. But he's an athlete. I mean, I really am impressed with the way he looks now. I think he's one of the really good physical golfers.
Yeah, we have the same physical trainer, he and I.
He just doesn't come very often to your house, then?
I think I'm being shortchanged. Anyway, Bryson DeChambeau has been working really hard on his weight shift, kind of sequencing his pivot with shifting pressure, making sure he has enough space to kind of drop the club in and hit those baby draws. Those baby draws signify that Bryson DeChambeau is on form. Could he win the Open?
100%, no doubt about that. I'm just looking at that 214 flat carry there, which I'm going to absolutely probably. Is that his 6-iron 214 flat carry? You had the numbers the other day.
The thing about it is, 6-iron, you almost need to stop putting numbers on the bottom. Just put lofts, because the numbers are so different. I was looking at Ben Hogan's numbers, and Ben Hogan had a fast swing, and he'd 135 carry with his 7-iron at his best.
I think you're a bit like Bryson in a way, Simon Holmes. Like you don't sleep. You just study.
I have a lot of energy.
No, you study. You just study all night.
I just study.
You're a golfing encyclopedia.
I do love golf. I don't know. It's just kind of popped in my head, and I do love it. So,
do you know, there's a lot of thick fescue out there on the golf course, Simon. I was thinking this. Do you think he's factoring the pollen count as well into the equation for some of the shots?
You know
he
what?
factors the air density in and all sorts of other things.
One thing I do think is with the more upright clubs, he has an advantage in the rough. I do think that. I do think you could see it.
You don't think it's the fact that he's got 47-inch biceps as well?
I think there's a bit of that. So we will leave Bryson looking at that and find another hard worker, and that is George Harper Jr.
Welcome to the first tee at the Open Championship. It is the calm before the storm. All I can hear right now is the waves crashing along this beautiful West Coast beach. We are just one sleep away from this magnificent event getting underway. 6:35 a.m. will be the first tee shot right here. Todd Hamilton, Justin Leonard and Jack McDonald are going to get proceedings underway. What a week it's been. We've talked to so many entertaining golfers, learnt so much with Live on the Range. It's been great to give you coverage. This isn't the last of it. There's going to be a lot more to come. But the grandstand is now empty. In a few hours' time, it'll be jam-packed with nerves, tension, excitement, because, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, the 152nd Open at Royal Troon gets underway.
Yeah, 152 is an important number. There it is in the driving range, the 152nd edition. And these are the 152 longest tee shots hit today. Rory McIlroy is tied with Rasmus Højgaard. We told him he was long. Bob McIntyre long. 3:45 carry mark. 3 football pitches in a row and 45 yards. It's long, isn't it?
Yes, it is quite long, isn't it? That was impressive, and I did enjoy watching that tee shot. I think both feet were off the ground, even by Rory McIlroy's standards, but seriously impressive, isn't it? But Højgaard, look at that. You know, he is also an amazingly long player. We heard from the amateur Liam Nolan there. That's a decent hit. Shows he's got some power on board.
Yeah. Yes, 339 is a decent hit. So let's have a look at the longest of them all. Well, lately tied. This was it. So there it is. He was gunning for Scotty Scheffler, who at the time was leading. Rory McIlroy, the ground-to-ground missile. 3:45. My work is done. My name is at the top of the board. Thank you.
Yes. Magnificent. Will it be his week?
I hope it will be his week. I really hope it will. Do the golfing gods agree? The sides of the draw, Mark, there's nothing you can do about that. You can just end up in the wrong place at the wrong time. That happens in golf.
Yeah, he said that, didn't he? He said the last time he played at Royal Troon, he said he got the wrong side of the draw. So maybe, as you say, the golfing gods are kind to him. He gets the right side of the draw, gets off to a good start, gets himself in contention, and that's what we want to see. We'd love, wouldn't it be great to see Bryson and Rory coming down the stretch, battling it out.
Yeah, closing stages. Our flight monitor there, top tracer, just giving you all the ball data. Brought to you by our amazing partners. This by Rolex. Absolutely crucial, pivotal sponsor. One of the steel pillars of the DP World Tour and indeed the world of golf. How about that? One of my friends has got one of those hats. If we lose at cards, we have a game of cards. If we lose at cards, you have to wear that until you stop doing it. But it looks much better on them, I would suggest.
Yeah, it's a tricky putt actually from the right side of that hat.
Wow, there's 3 of them.
He's warming down now, isn't he? He's nearly done. He's nearly done and he's ready. Race prepared.
Yeah, he feels prepared, just always working. That's not what he's trying to do. So move into the right side, push down, up, down, up.
I love the way he uses his feet and his knees to get initiate the backswing.
Yeah.
I love that.
And we keep motion. You're going to create motion.
Yeah.
You don't want to be too static.
I love that. Looks like a little jig.
So really specifically working on how to shift the weight, Bryson DeChambeau. The spectators.
Is that another one, or is that the same chap?
I don't know. They're almost like the minions who just
they're on sale. It's a job lot.
How many are there?
They're on sale in the village. They're giving them away.
Here we go. Let's go find Di Doherty.
Thank you very much, Simon. It's Wednesday afternoon, evening, and the Open Championship tees off at 6:35 a.m. tomorrow morning here with Pete. And you can see behind us Bryson DeChambeau. His tee time is 9:47. He's playing with Ludwig Aubert and Tom Kim. There's a great few groupings around him as well.
Absolutely. I mean, the Open obviously do this, you know, pretty much every year. They manage to get these groupings where the crowds are all going to be following, and that is going to be one of the highlights of the day, because you've got two incredibly long hitters. Obviously, DeChambeau's probably the longest out here. And then Tom Kim plays golf in a very different way. So you're going to see all these variety of shots within that group.
Great stuff. And also Tommy Fleetwood, Bob McIntyre and John Rahm at 9:36 in group number 17.
Huge crowds there.
Bob, I bumped into Bob's mum. She had her Scottish nails, and she talked about her two daughters, Gillian and Nick. Nicola, she plays golf, and they're just sort of finishing off the party. They've arrived here.
How is Bob?
Bob's good.
Is he okay?
Yeah,
okay.
he is good. I think he's been pulled left, right and centre after that win at the Scottish Open. Just such a fantastic storyline, and so many storylines developing. We're going to be back for Live at the Range tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. inside the ropes, bringing you everything, all the build-up to the final major of the year. It tees off tomorrow. From all of us, good evening.